Good morning, everyone. It's January 9th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. It's our first meeting after the holidays, so before we get started, I'd like to wish everyone a happy new year. Our first item is item 1A, adoption of resolutions. We have one this morning, the Red Mill Remote ATM Install Site Plan Number 8/2024-0020, MCPB number 24-119. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. Next, we're on item 3, the regulatory extension request. We have 2 this morning. I missed the minutes here, sorry. Item 1B is approval of minutes. We have 2 this morning, the minutes of December 5th, the minutes of December 12th, and the closed session minutes of December 5th. Do I have a motion for approval of these 3 minutes?
Move to approve the 3 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Now we're on item 3, regulatory extension requests. We have 2 this morning. The first is 7749 Old Georgetown Road, preliminary plan number 120240070, site plan number 820240090, and forest conservation plan number F 2024-1020, and these are extension requests number 2. The second is Vivo White Oak, sketch plan number 3/2024-0080, regulatory extension request number 2, and preliminary plan amendment number 1/2018-024A, regulatory request number 1. Do I have a motion for approval to approve these extension requests?
Turn myself off. Move to approve the extension requests.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Aye.
And next, we'll go right into item number 4, 16998 Overhill Road, preliminary plan number 1/2024-0060, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And we have Ms. Katie Mancarini with the planning staff to present this item.
Supposed to get
Ready? All right. Good morning. For the record, I'm Katie Mancarini, lead reviewer for this project with the Up County Planning Team. This is item 4, 16998 Overhill Road, requests approval to redevelop an existing horticulture nursery and landscaping with an independent living facility. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of preliminary plan 1, 2024-0060, and final forest conservation plan number F 2023-0100. The site is located at 16998 Overhill Road in Durwood. The property is bounded by Overhill Road to the east, south, and west, and the intercounty connector, also known as Maryland 200, to the north. Around the site are low-density residential development and 2 religious uses. The property is surrounded by real estate 1 zoning as well, and that is also what this is zoned, and is subject to the 2004 Upper Rock Creek Master Plan. In the 1970s, a conditional use for the horticulture nursery and landscaping was approved and operational. This conditional use is to be abandoned and replaced with the project that is being discussed today. This might seem a little bit familiar because we did present to you a conditional use application last year for the same project. It's pretty much identical. 130 units, independent senior living, 100% affordable. We've also have the associated preliminary forest conservation plan that came before you. Now we're at the final stage. All right, so let's get to what we're actually looking at today. So the public application before you now is the associated preliminary plan that will change the use and establish new validity periods for the preliminary plan itself and the APF. The subject application is identical to what was previously reviewed under the conditional use. So let's get into access and circulation. There is no proposed changes to the existing access on the site. Vehicular access to the site will occur on Overhill Road. There'll be 2 points of entry that form a loop along the building front entrance. This will facilitate drop-off pickup activities as well as unscheduled deliveries. And then we also have access to the northern driveway, which provides access to the larger parking lot and dumpsters in the rear of the property. Now, generally, as part of a preliminary plan, the applicant is required to participate in frontage improvements. When reviewing the preliminary plan, MCDOT and planning staff agreed that installing buffered sidewalks along the site side of Overhill Road was infeasible due to the length of the frontage and very steep swales. You're seeing here on the right, the site side, it's got a pretty steep drop-off on the other side of Overhill Road there. So while we agreed that that was going to be a hardship for the applicant, staff still has concerns about how the site will be accessed, if not by a personal vehicle. It is important that the residents not be isolated on site. There's an existing sidewalk along the south side of Redland Road and a bus stop that's shown in the aerial below. I want to emphasize that the access is not just relevant to the residents, but also employees and visitors. It's important to note that while some residents may have access to cars or relatives willing to drive them, there are going to be a total of 123 parking spaces provided on site for both the residents of the 130 units and the employees on site. So with all of that in mind, as an alternative to providing a sidewalk along the entire site frontage and potentially along the adjacent SHA right-of-way so that it connects to Redland Road, planning staff and MCDOT is recommending a shared use path along the most efficient route feasible between the site and the existing sidewalk on Redland Road. This path would significantly be shorter than a sidewalk along the site frontage and would provide a more direct pathway to the existing sidewalk network within the vicinity of the site. Staff is recommending a width of 10 feet, which is standard for a bicycle and pedestrian facility, and that could be asphalt or concrete. As the board may recall, staff brought up this concept of a frontage improvement alternative at the time of the conditional use. However, since frontage improvements are more pertinent to a preliminary plan, the board and then the hearing examiner said, let's table this until that time. Well, that time is now. So we have been asking the applicant to explore the feasibility of such a path and look for that as an alternative. While reviewing the preliminary plan, the applicant voiced concerns about the cost of constructing the path and security issues once it's built. However, we have not seen any cost estimates or conceptual drawings of what that would be. When the staff report was posted, the applicant raised concerns again, and staff offered some potential changes to condition number 3. Here's what we tried to give the applicant more time with, Here, with this revision, we're trying to give the applicant some more time to figure out the path. By changing the trigger from recordation of plat to first use and occupancy, that gives them more time. We've also understand that a big component of this is going through that SHA right-of-way, so we did also include this caveat that if SHA, in writing says that they don't want it, we understand and they won't have to come back for an amendment.
Can I ask a question here? If
Sure.
you go back to the previous, there is a path along ICC. I do not know
Correct.
how the elevations work.
Yeah,
Have
and
they
there's
looked
big
at the
walls. Yeah, there's big vertical walls. There's noise walls in between that would be difficult to get through.
The noise wall wouldn't allow it?
Yeah,
but-
both the noise wall and the grading issue would be challenging here.
Okay,
I appreciate
I didn't know if that's something that worth to look into, I don't know.
No, I appreciate it. So with discussions as recent as the last 2 days, the applicant is still opposed to these suggested changes. However, staff still recommends a pathway to equitably provide an alternative means of access for residents, employees, and visitors that don't rely on a car. All right, now the project is meeting its forest conservation requirements through afforestation. Based on the land use category institutional development area, the forest conservation worksheet generated a 0.86 acre planting requirement. The applicant proposed to plant 0.62 acres of forest on-site within the Stream Valley buffer, and the remaining 0.24 acres off-site. All areas will be protected within a proposed Category 1 conservation easement. A noise analysis was reviewed as part of the conditional use, and no additional noise conditions or analysis is needed. All right, now the preliminary plan and the final forest conservation plan, as conditioned, meets all the requirements of the subdivision regulations, the approved conditional use, and the 2004 Upper Rock Creek Master Plan, as well as Chapter 22A of the County Code. The applicant has complied with all noticing requirements. Therefore, staff recommends approval of preliminary plan and forest conservation plan as conditioned and as modified herein, or as the board sees fit. That concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good morning. Joshua Sloan with VICA. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today. I think Katie did a good job summarizing where we are, and we still have the one item of the shared use path that we'd like to discuss. We did have a PowerPoint that we put together. I don't know if that's available or not. Thank you. I'm not going to be able to control it from the laptop, am I? Turn it on. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so there are a couple of things that I'd like to point out just about the preliminary plan in general. As noted, it's 130 independent living units for seniors. This is a 100% affordable project. So every unit in this will be at an MPDU or lower price rate. There's also significant environmental cleanup. Right now, there are several contractors that work on this site, work out of this site. And this is technically a brownfield site, and the applicant is going through a voluntary cleanup program. Most of the existing stream valley buffer is impervious area and has stockpiles and various other things, a lot of invasive species, a lot of highly compacted, difficult soils that are going to have to be removed. So significant environmental cleanup that's going to be very expensive. Also, the stream valley buffer itself being reforested, I think, is a significant thing. To the south of Overhill Road, beyond the loop, is a large park area, MNC PPC-owned park, and the stream runs into that area. So providing a forested buffer and then also providing stormwater management on a site that has a sort of sediment pond, but it's not really working as such right now, that exceed our target for environmental site design facilities, we think is a significant improvement overall. So between the affordability and the environmental cleanup of this project, there are several very good aspects of this project that we don't want to be lost in the discussion of simply about the shared use path. The other thing about this site, a little bit hard to see at this scale, but to create a site that has a level parking area, a level slab for the apartment, and then a level amenity area before we get to the stream valley buffer, there's a significant grading that needs to be done. The parking lot in the building sits about 12 feet down from where the proposed, staff proposed connection to Redland would be.
Josh, could you point where you're talking about? It's very hard to follow.
I don't know that I can.
You can use your cursor.
We don't have that.
Yeah, I don't have a cursor.
Oh,
So in the top left of the site, at the end of the parking lot, you'll see two stormwater facilities, and then the slope, all those lines are 2-foot contours. So from the ESD facilities up to the top is about 12 feet. Those are set a little bit below the parking lot, which is at the building level. So you can see there's about 12 feet of change there. To provide an ADA compliant path would require a significant set of switchback ramps or significant grading with retaining walls into the SHA property. In every other case that I've been involved in recently, we're not allowed to put structures into right-of-way, nothing with a footer, no walls, no steps, no ramps. So everything would have to be done on site to make it ADA compliant. That ADA compliance is a necessary element when we get financing for a affordable project, because you have to have an ADA consultant on board that signs off on the project. You can't get financing for it without moving forward, or can't move forward without that. So getting that ADA compliant route is going to require a set of switchbacks on the property somehow. To do that, we're going to have to change our stormwater management approval that we've received. We probably will have to change our forest conservation because we'll have off-site limits of disturbance and potential variance trees that we're going to impact. So we'd rather not provide it, and there are several reasons for that. The other piece of this is that there's a condition for a public access easement on the property that relates to all paths that are not under a covenant for private street, which we don't have any. We don't have any private streets or other sidewalks or things. So we're concerned about a public access easement across the applicant's property because of the liability issues. Does this mean that people from outside of our property that are not related to our property can use any of our sidewalks if this path were to come through? There are financing issues with that because this raises some red flags for investors. And there are, of course, security reasons. This is a senior living project. Average age is in the mid-70s, and we're worried about people having public access across what's basically their home, their front and backyards. As I noted, the amendments to any approvals that would be required to create this path would be the FCP potential variance. We'd have to update our LOD because our sediment erosion control has to match our final forest conservation plan, and then our stormwater management and storm drain because we'd have significant additional impervious area. So while we appreciate the tweak in the condition that was proposed, we'd actually need certainty on this element long before use and occupancy because it influences whether or not this can be financed and whether or not we have to make any changes to the site and amend the plans.
So Josh, before you go back, could you go back there? I'm wondering that the Overhill Road, how wide is it? And why can't that be used as a shared for bikes if the speed limit would be low? Is there any other access to Overhill? Who uses the Overhill?
Sure. The Overhill Road is about 21 feet across, paved.
Okay.
It's a relatively narrow road. There are about 9 houses to our east, and it's like a moose lodge. I don't think it's moose. It's some kind of.
Okay, so
Knights
it's
of
not
Columbus.
heavily traveled, so it could be posted for like 15 miles or traffic, and maybe we could make the lane a little bit narrower and provide some shoulders or something for people. It's not going to be 10 foot wide, but
Sure.
it would allow people to walk and the bikers could share the bike. Have we ever looked at that to see if that is a possibility rather than providing a path like what we are saying?
Right. I think, so given the steep slopes, being able to do this, we would have to expand it. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. The travel lanes are as narrow as they can be. We cannot trim them anymore and provide an adequate, safe, comfortable bike facility. So we would have to widen the road, and that we were looking into that for a sidewalk to begin with, right? Like sidewalk would even be smaller than what we would need for a bike lane. So unfortunately, Overhill Road, as it is today, especially along the side of the site, is not going to be feasible for any sort of facility.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? It's currently a striped road, right?
Correct.
So the lanes are demarcated. So do the same restrictions apply, just hypothetically, if the stripe taken out so it's no longer striped? And because it seems like it's a pretty limited use road.
True.
It will be a pretty limited use road. There's not going to be a lot of two-way traffic.
Right. But if I recall, I think the travel lanes are like 11 feet. So like, I just don't think we have room to narrow it down.
Yeah.
The other thing, and this is just for future reference, I completely understand where you're going with this because we do generally say that if there's a striping, we cannot compromise on the buffer. If you take away the striping, that doesn't necessarily mean the character of the road has changed. You know what I mean? Like the striping was there because I think it was there because there were trucks accessing the horticulture. So I appreciate the line where you're going. I don't think it's feasible.
I still don't understand why it's not feasible. why, we have 21 foot wide, okay? If we make the lanes narrower,
No, I know, but I think they're as narrow as we would accept them to go. Like, if you have an 11-foot lane and you carve 5 feet out of it, now we only have a 6-foot lane. And 5
I'm not
feet isn't,
asking to carve 5 foot. I'm saying that to make the lanes maybe 9 foot, whatever is left,
which would be like 3 feet.
3 or 4 feet, yes, but it's something that people could walk.
But again, that would be really right up against a very narrow lane. I mean, I just don't think that that's something we would feel comfortable with based on all of our design standards.
I think the other concern with Overhill Road, even if it was possible, it's it's more than a quarter-mile walk from the property using that road to Redland Road, and I don't think that's a really feasible. I mean, the whole point of having this direct route proposal is to make it more feasible and accessible to reach, for some at least, a bus stop.
Right.
Or so I personally, I'm okay with not kind of trying to shoehorn something into Overhill, because it just doesn't seem like it's going to be widely used in this case.
So let me just say this. Let the applicant, I'm going to say, let the applicant finish their presentation, and we can have a discussion about this, okay?
Okay, a couple other things to point out that have been kind of raised in my mind since we started discussing this. You can see the aerial here. In the Redland Road has a sidewalk only where Redland Road was rebuilt when the ICC came through. So the sidewalk does not continue north or south at all. It doesn't go past the church. It doesn't go past the residential development, the first couple houses you can see there. It stops. It's not a continuous sidewalk. So what we're really talking about, I think, is access to the bus stop. And 99 times out of 100, with all the projects that I brought to the board, we agree it's the right thing to do. We'd like to be able to do it. For this project, it's very different kind of thing. It's not feasible for the reasons that we've discussed. Overhill was created, it never had this loop until the ICC came through. The road came down from the north, where you can see now there's a cul-de-sac on the north of ICC. And SHA didn't provide these sidewalks and things because they created basically a large dam that goes through the Stream Valley buffer to keep this access to the houses to our east. That Stream Valley buffer we're trying to protect. And as Katie noted, that those slopes are steep. We looked at trying to provide a sidewalk. We'd need to put a wall, a retaining wall, about 2 feet from the edge of the stream, not just the Stream Valley buffer, but the edge of the stream. So for those reasons, it just simply didn't work. The next thing that we want to point out is, this is a lot of words, and I don't expect everyone to read everything, but the hearing examiner did ask us to work with staff during preliminary plan to see if there was a way to provide this connection. She did not condition us to have it, that the use was not appropriate if we didn't have it. We made a case, a citizen actually spoke up about the connectivity issue. We had the discussion, and the hearing examiner, in what I've underlined, found that the alternate transportation to be readily accessible to residents enabling adequate access. This was based on the testimony that was provided. There is car ownership for a lot of our residents. Habitat America submitted a letter. They run a lot of these types of facilities about typical transportation uses for this population. We do have significant on-site services and amenities. We have an exercise room, we have an outdoor area, we have a dog run, we have a outdoor kitchen area, eating area. There are places for doctor visits, so we have a doctor's office where doctors can come and visit people. And we also have the ability to, we have indoor amenities also. Our cleaning staff, about employees, we typically have 2 employees on site all the time. The cleaning staff actually has to show up in a truck. They're not employees that come by bus or anything. They need their cleaning supplies, they come and go on that. We have no other employees. So this would only be for residents and visitors, really. And then the alternatives, there are, luckily, because we're in Montgomery County, we do have a lot of other alternatives. There are Connect a Ride, there's senior center transportation, there's Call and Ride program, Metro has an access program, Senior Connection provides access. So, you know, I kind of laid out the case. I understand we'll probably go to discussion on this. Oh, I don't have my last slide. Oh, I might have sent an earlier version, shoot. So to summarize, what we're requesting is removing condition 13, which is before recordation of plat, we must provide, satisfy requirements to ensure the construction of the 10-foot shared use path. Removing condition 14, which is the cost estimate associated with that, because we're going to post a bond for all of our site improvements, and that would be incorporated in it. 17, very importantly, is that the record plat must reflect a common use and access covenant for the benefit of the public over all trails, paths not included in the public right-of-way or private street parcel. That's a big concern, because we need to know if this is going to be built, if we're going to provide any kind of easement over the property, and we're not going to know that potentially for quite a while working with SHA. And one clarification note is on condition 16, which is about recording necessary easements. We do want to note that this project, because it has no adjacent properties, won't need a public utility easement, and quite often we get hung up by the plat review staff when they don't see something specifically saying we don't have to have a public utility easement along our frontage. That would go through what's been approved in the forest conservation easements, which go up to the property and not serve any adjacent properties. So that's a separate issue, but just wanted to bring that up. Anything else we want to? Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. So, yeah, it's time for some board discussion on this. A couple questions I have is, as I recall, I mean, well, just big picture, this is a very isolated site, very isolated. And that was one of the reasons why we thought it was so important to have a connection if possible, right? Even though it is affordable housing, but the people, the residents there, and this is independent living or assisted living?
It's independent living.
Independent living, so very active people. They need options to travel to without necessarily having to have the bus come, and, you know, people say there's going to be a bus all the time, but, it has its times that it runs and things like that. So that was one of the reasons we pushed to investigate an option so people could, get to the site other than having to walk all the way around because it's so isolated. The other is, and because we thought it was a bus stop, I don't know how often the bus stop is used, but there's a bus stop there with, it just seemed a good option to take. A question I have is there are these subdivisions to the south of that. I know that SHA or MCDOT ever talk about, is there expected to be any sidewalks on Redland Road anytime soon? Or that's not in the cards what is the long-term plan? We look at master plans of highways and transitways and road. What are our plans? What is in the master plan for Redland Road?
I mean, so on Redland, certainly the vision is to have a sidewalk along much further, but we don't have a CIP project right now. There is, this could be something that we could advocate for as part of the sidewalk projects that MCDOT does have funding for, but it's just not something that's programmed at this time.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. There are existing sidewalks right now on Redland. There are no sidewalks on Overhill Road. So we're trying to create a path from this project to Redland Road, which there are sidewalks to get to the.
But I'm just
okay.
trying. But I thought I
All right,
heard
maybe
something.
I misunderstood the way you phrased it.
Maybe before it was implied that it was only a sidewalk crossing, 200, and that it stopped somewhere And I just didn't understand, is there a connection?
I think the sidewalk going south on Redland, south of the ICC, it goes far enough to reach the bus stop, but it doesn't go much further. And so it's a little bit, it's disconnected if they want to take a longer
Yeah.
stroll, but it's good enough to reach, transit.
Okay, there's any other comments or questions from the?
I have one question. What about if we have a natural trail, okay, in the area that we are suggesting to have ADA? You don't have to have ADA natural trail for, people just to walk for those that they can walk. I do not know if that is a possibility, just to do a natural trail.
Our concern with that is whether or not there would be an ADA compliance issue, because it's a single route to one, it's your only option. And when you provide only one option, our reading of the law is that that has to be an accessible option.
Could you check into that? Because I'm not sure that in my opinion, one way is that just to use Overhill Road. I don't know if that's an acceptable one. And see that if it could be a natural trail to do that. I understand the reasoning that you're bringing, but it would have been good if we know at least what was the cost you were talking about, a cost estimate. That what are we talking about? I have no clue. Is it 50,000, 100,000, 200,000? The order of magnitude of the cost for having this trail, in your opinion?
I mean, just the switchback ramps alone are going to be hundreds, 100,000 at least. It's to put in the bigger change is what we'll have to change on the site. We'll have to
Yes.
change the site design, potentially lose either changing our parking lot, removing our stormwater. We definitely have to move our stormwater. We looked at other options. It would require, if we went across a shorter distance, across SHA right-of-way, it's a longer distance up Overhill, and we have the slopes to deal with, so we can't do that. The location that staff noted in their staff report, that's where it makes sense. We do know that SHA has that gravel path, and that's to service their stormwater facility. And they have no trespassing signs up there because that gravel path does not have a wall between it and the ICC at one point, and I think they're rightly concerned about safety. They don't want people walking on that area. So there would need to be some kind of security fencing or something along with this path.
So where is this security, this access path that you're talking about? How long is it good? Is it all the way along the proposed path?
The existing gravel path goes from Overhill Road, say 30 feet south of the intersection with Redland. It goes across the north of the property. It goes all the way over to the right where Overhill ends, kind of that T in this aerial that's up now in the right. So
So
that's
that access right now exists?
not to the public.
I know, but
Yeah.
And also
exists.
not fully to the site. Like,
And it doesn't get to the site. It's 10 feet above, 10 to 12 feet above Overhill Road, just because there's a large berm along the ICC
Okay.
that
so then that
runs
doesn't
along.
satisfy the access that we're looking for.
Yeah, it wouldn't, no.
What about, so I know, I don't think we should redesign this on the fly. It's more complicated than that, but I'm wondering whether it was considered to, instead of a direct shot to basically the intersection with Redland, sort of cut more directly southwest to Overhill,
Right.
to the point, to the part of Overhill where there's not as steep slopes, and kind of, I don't know if that gets around some of the changes in design with stormwater you were talking about. It seems shorter. I don't know if it requires fewer switchbacks, but maybe there's a blend. Maybe there's a blend of options.
Yeah, you're right on target. So I think what we were saying is that we're not committed to it being the shortest or, we just want a connection. So if avoiding switchbacks means it's a slightly longer, that's fine. We're just trying to get it there. When I was emphasizing that like the pathway we were kind of looking at was shorter, it's shorter than a sidewalk going all the way around, and we're trying to provide some relief from the frontage improvements. What our biggest concern is that we have a safe, comfortable, ADA accessible pathway by whichever route makes sense. We don't have a great, if it's closer to Overhill Road, even better, because then it really more feels like a frontage improvement. So that works for us.
But then they have to widen over Hill Road.
Well, no, I think
for a
what you were saying
section.
is sort of like within the right-of-way where it gets flatter. So
Yeah.
that would actually be more like a frontage
Because I
improvement.
think, it's hard to tell from this, but there's a stretch of Overhill as it moves east from Redland where it is flatter, where I think there's more opportunity to do something to the side of the existing road without having to account for the steep slopes and
What
stuff.
about we suggest that this not to be conditioning to the permit or occupancy? We just like ask them that work with you guys to come with some ideas and let them do the work. If we can find something that reasonable, we do. And if it is not, then other options. But we don't make it conditional. We just say that coordinate with the staff to see if you could come up with some options, like, because I hate we design it right here, but I think that there are ways that we could do access. It may not be ideal, but, you know.
I think I agree. I think there needs to be something. There needs to be something that doesn't require people to walk on a road for more than a quarter mile, which no one's going to do. And so I don't know the best path I don't know if we can condition that here. And I take your point that like it requires a lot of going back to rethink site design in other ways. I kind of wish that we didn't have to sort of retroactively do this, that maybe early on there could have been at least some prospective designs about what this might look like, alternatives for stormwater as well, so we wouldn't necessarily have to go back at this late stage. And that's one of the challenges of kind of having this conversation now, because we don't want to, I don't think any of us want to delay things, and we know that costs money, and we don't want to add costs on top of all the designs you've done now, but we're in this difficult position where it is important to have this access, like full stop. People need to, a 20 to 30 minute headway bus is going to be more convenient for a lot of people than having to do many of the options that you described. And those options are there and they're accessible, but some people are still going to want to choose to take the bus, and we should allow them that option.
Right. I agree with what you're saying, and that it should not have come, in my opinion, to say, we've designed the stormwater management, it doesn't fit with the stormwater management. I don't know, it would have been better to me that this issue came out earlier before, it just seems like that we've designed it, therefore it doesn't work here. I don't know, maybe in the next process or as we go forward, how do we make it so that, you can come to the board earlier, we can talk through it or something, but we need, we said before how this was important for us to have a connection, right? And if you figured out you possibly couldn't get it in the way you wanted to do it, I think it would maybe have taken another iteration or something, or look at some other things. And so it's important. We don't want it to be sort of break the project, but we want to make sure that we have at least look at some options and the costing of those options before we make a final decision, right? We want the project, we need more housing. We keep saying we need more housing, especially affordable housing. And this is what this project brings, but those residents also need not to be isolated.
Yeah, if I may, Scott Wallace with Miles and Stockbridge. And I certainly appreciate your point. I think part of this is that the design issues we've talked about and the real problems this creates, there's no way to design out of it. For example, the need to have a public access easement that lets the public walk through the site at any time, that doesn't go away with changing the design. And the design will always be extremely costly. But and we pointed this out from day one, really, as we started this special exception, the conditional use process. But moreover, through CHI, the applicant's experience, the residents simply do not want to use and will not use the bus. So it's not just a matter of not wanting to provide a sidewalk. There's no feeling that they're going to use this. It's a matter of their age, and it's a matter of the reliability of the bus as well, which is one of the reasons why we've said that there's a reluctance to do this. It's not just that there's an extreme design costs and issues that this creates with financing. The residents just don't use it. As was pointed out, there are no employees really. So if you also pointed out in the staff report is that the hearing examiner did include a condition that at 75% occupancy, there'd be some study made of whether a shuttle is needed, a private shuttle is needed, because that's really what if the residents feel that they don't have access to groceries, doctors, et cetera, it's a shuttle that they would use. Again, the experience I think with the applicant is that probably not needed in this case, but at 75% occupancy, we have to study whether a shuttle is needed. If a shuttle is needed, it obviates the need for this access point. You don't have to have this access point if they have to do a shuttle. So my suggestion would be maybe to fold into that requirement that the conditional use has for a studying of a shuttle, that this issue gets looked at as well. And if it's just determined that not only a shuttle is not needed, but that the residents simply will not use and do not want to use the bus, then that should be really what governs the decision on this project.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, sorry, there have been several points I think I want to try to hit, and I may not get all of them, but I just want to say very quickly that we can be incredibly lenient, flexible, work with this applicant to get a path that works, hopefully not resulting in some redesign. We're not envisioning that this path would go up the steepest slopes that are created by the applicant. We would try to find an alternate location for that to hopefully not impact stormwater management or forest conservation. And we would want to do it in the shortest path possible, but if a longer path creates a better scenario for everyone involved, including not having to rework plans, staff is not wed to exactly where this path needs to be. We certainly be flexible about that. I also want to just clarify that from a public access standpoint, we really were intending it for this path to get to whatever internal circulation system that they have on site. It wasn't meant to be every path across the entire site needs to be in public access. That's not what we were trying to achieve here. We're trying to make sure that residents, employees, visitors could get from the bus stop to this site and not have to walk through the middle of Overhill Road. Applicants also providing 33 bike parking spaces. I'm not sure where, that these, I guess people are having to, ride down Overhill. They won't have the option of Redland getting to the site if we don't require this path. And then from a security standpoint, I appreciate what the applicant's saying, but there is like no gating or security access or any restrictions on the side from Overhill Road where you were going to enter this site with vehicles or walking or anything else. So I'm just, again, saying that I think we can be really flexible with how we install this path and really just trying to secure that there is a connection for people to get to that bus stop.
Can I ask a question? Residents have cars because there is parking there. I'm asking something, it may come strange, okay?
It's okay.
Can we create a couple of parking spaces where Overhill comes to Redland that some people may not want to walk 1 mile? So they can drive there, park their car, and then walk to bus station, and then come back, drive their cars back.
I hear what you're saying. I think we're missing the intent, though. It's that we want to create an alternative to driving. It's great that some people can drive, and I think there's ample parking on this site. I'm not saying we should put more parking. I think it's actually adequately parked. I think what we want to make sure is that people have options, because that's what we're looking for from an equity standpoint.
Well, I'm thinking about the residents, that they be there, they have access. I understand what you're saying. This is not creating more. I'm just asking that if we create a couple of gravel parking spaces, that people drive Overhill where it comes close to Redland, park their car, and go take a bus.
There is a church parking lot there. We have talked to the church about doing
Yeah,
things together, and
no.
maybe they'll allow us to do that.
That adds another alternative to people to be able to transport themselves. It's another alternative. So,
So,
you know,
so
One
here's,
thing about I appreciate staff's flexibility to work with us, trying to find a location if we have to do this that doesn't affect other things. But I mean, that's the law. If we provide impervious area in a right-of-way, regardless of whose it is, the counties or DOTs, we have to do stormwater for it, we have to do sediment control. And we will have to, unless the board waives the requirement for forest conservation, we have off-site LOD that has to be incorporated in our worksheets, and we have variance trees through this forest that will impact. And I don't think the board will waive our requirement to get a variance for impacting
can it be
those.
gravel, not asphalt? Until
Any
asphalt.
disturbance, because even at its flattest area, if we go directly across, like it's talking about, that's a 10% cross slope. We have looked at this, and we have shared some designs and discussions with staff. That 10% cross slope has to be turned into a 2% cross slope max. And to do that, we have to grade on either side. So 10 feet by at least a 3-to-1 slope on a 10% slope, you're talking 20-odd feet to grade through that area for an accessible path, whether it's gravel, asphalt, concrete, whatever.
Can I jump in on the
yeah.
question for staff real quick? It's figure 4, I believe, page 14. I'm trying to look at the, conceivably and practically, are there options to get to there without having to cut through any fairly significant grading? Because I'm looking at the topographical map of even if you cut through south, I don't know, middle of the southern side, you end up with significant grading going down there. You end up significant grading on Overhill Road. You end up having to go through both what I assume is SHA right-of-way, plus, what is that directly south of their property? Is
It's
that
still SHA, yeah.
It's still SHA, it's not a separate plot?
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to see that practically speaking, even if we go back and take more study on this, where is the practical option to get that doesn't require us going on a steep grade on Overhill Road, doesn't require cutting through a steep grade through a forested area, as a applicant was mentioning. We can't go up next to the ICC
Right.
on 20. And I understand existing stormwater, we should have maybe thought about that, but it's a fairly constrained site with the options, particularly if you're gonna reforest the stream valley buffer, which I think is important. I mean, practically speaking, what other options I think are there to get to connect into Redland? Because we need to go, both from a practical standpoint, from a policy standpoint, and from the fact that this is gonna be affordable, which we know is less likely to have car access for the people that are gonna be living there. We wanna try to find some way for them to get access to the bus. Those sidewalks don't go anywhere. They die, both on the other side of 200 and south. So we want the access to the bus stop as primary issue here. But I'm looking for a practical way to get there, and I'm not seeing that connects into their circular, interior that doesn't also cut through significant grading issues and goes through the SHA, which doesn't eliminate several, I think, other issues. So or going around Overhill and just cutting through the way, it was impractical in general. So I'm trying to see what practical options are there to get through these, to get down to that intersection at Redland and Overhill.
Yeah, thank you. So one, I don't think that we had the privilege to view any plans or studies that that Josh was just trying to walk through. So
Of course,
yeah, hard to respond to those exactly. If you look at the site today, there is an existing driveway that connects to People's Choice Path into the site.
Yeah.
There was possibly some regrading that could be done to hopefully in a way not impact stormwater and allow some additional room for a path. I think there's multiple options that we would need to explore with the applicant. I don't know I can answer your question definitively, Again, I don't have an idea of exactly where, I don't have the magic answer in my pocket where I know where the path works.
Well, of
And
course,
I'm just
no,
not
and-
telling you. You know, we would need to work with them on that.
No, that's the, yeah, and I understand that. It's the question of, is this an issue of where we place an access, or is this an issue of balancing priorities? So we have a stream valley buffer with the need for a path, or is this a situation of rearranging to have access, or is this a situation in which we need to balance priorities and make a decision that way? That's my prime, that's sort of what I'm getting
You
to.
know, I appreciate your comment. Is there any way quickly to determine that? You know, like, I mean, can you, is this a sitting down with the applicant for in a week and coming up with some, you know, having some work sessions and just seeing if there seems to be a feasible way, and also in some sort of relative cost things, because as Commissioner Hedrick said, we want a project like this to move forward, and there are competing options that we're looking at, you know, but we do want a project like this to move forward, and so is this something that could be worked out, so just sitting down and just and figuring it out very quickly?
Can I respond real quick, Patrick? My name is Patrick Byrne. I'm with the applicant Community Housing. We have looked at a variety of crossings, opportunities. We did not know until this morning, at least I did not, what the material was. We asked a couple times. I personally wrote emails to Katie, and I just learned this morning that it had to be, we asked, did it have to be ADA compliant, and what was the material? So we just learned this morning that it has to be ADA compliant and an asphaltic product. So that changes things a lot. Now, at Willamette or Fairland, we did do a mulch path that went through the woods and up into the Up County Rec Center. It has not been used, to my knowledge, at all. And to Patrick's point of the bike racks, they're required bike racks. So the Willamette, we have 8 bike racks there. They've never been used by the residents. That's also an age-restricted community. So, and as Scott Wallace pointed out, that Habitat America, who manages 110 facilities, this age bracket does not use public trans. So it relies heavily on family and friends. They ride share within the building. That's very common to get to the stores. We're self-contained, medical, recreational. We have a lot of paths through the community area. So it's just not a needed path. It's just one of those situations where just, you know, it'd be nice, but it's not feasible and it's not necessary.
I'm willing to, you know, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, kind of, you know, we can weigh the relative priority, but I don't think we should make this decision on the notion that this is not needed. And I understand what all of you are saying about previous experience. Groups like AARP, for example, strongly support public transportation for seniors. Seniors take the bus. Now, they may not always take the bus on a location that doesn't have good access to transit. This does have good access to transit. This bus goes to the metro. It goes to other locations for shopping. This is a bus that people might take. You know, I don't know how many staff you expect at this site, 123 parking spaces for 130 units. Some units will not have a car, right? And I understand you're saying ride sharing and they'll get a ride with other friends and family occasionally. But we need to find a way to provide an option for folks who don't have a car. And this is a policy priority. And maybe things, you know, don't support as much transit use in some areas of the county today, but again, this will be a site that is in the county for a long period of time, and we have to think a little bit more into the future about kind of what we hope might happen too. So if there's a way that, you know, to Chair's question, if there's a way that without really delaying things, we can kind of really figure this out quickly and then we can just move on, whether that's a very brief continuance or something for a week or two, and just to sort of clarify, is there a possible path where it doesn't disrupt kind of the other priorities on site, and it doesn't require a whole redesign? Of course, I also understand this is contingent on SHA, so that condition will still apply. But it would be nice to know if there was something feasible, because these residents deserve options just like everyone deserves options.
So,
So Commissioner, if I may, we could, before they submit their certified preliminary plan, put a condition in here that says, you need to submit options for access, for the access that we're talking about here. And it would need to address ADA, and it's still, as you noted, subject to SHA approval. But we could ask, or you could ask them to submit options that show the different alignment through the SHA property to connect both the bus stop to their parking facility, and look at other alternatives here. I don't believe we've ever received any kind of price or cost estimate for the pathway, so that could be included as well. But in the event of not delaying this, if we wanted to do this prior to certified preliminary plan submittal, we could do that. But they would have to be willing to provide, options for us to be able to review. And I don't think we've seen that. We've seen an option that shows switchbacks, but I think that's the most extreme condition on the site. And to answer Commissioner Hedrick's earlier question, I think the area that we were showing the pathway is probably I wouldn't call it the flattest site, but it's the less extreme, less steep slope site, I guess, compared to everything else. So that is probably the more direct area, but that could be, that would probably be the area that we would want to evaluate. But I think from a timing perspective, we could review something, before they submit a certified preliminary plan and look at it and weigh the options. But I think, we like to have criteria that says you need to provide us 2 options, provide us 3 options to evaluate, provide a cost estimate. And if you're willing to let staff make that decision as to what's feasible or not, again, it's still subject to SHA approval. So
What
staff
about
could show an
subject
alignment.
to the other cost? I understand, and I'm fine with that, as long as it doesn't say that you have to pick one option. What about if we say that they look at the feasibility of the different options and bring it up, but not make it that they have to find one if it is not possible? If feasibly, cost-wise is not possible,
We would
or
need
if
we
SHA
would need a
doesn't
no-build
allow.
option.
This is what I'm asking. That gives us option to move ahead rather than delaying the project.
Right, it's hard for us to determine kind of what's the right price, for a pathway to go in. And I don't think they want us to do that either, to determine that. So, a no-build
Together,
option,
not
a no-build
you.
option is what they're really advocating for right now. So I don't know that that's really on the
I think
table for
another
us.
side issue is the liability and maintenance, long-term maintenance and of the path, because it's a long distance. It's through an unlighted area. So that's a big concern for us, since we'll be
I
owning this
really
thing.
think you could make it gravel. I don't think, and that is, maintenance is not that much. And it doesn't have, I understand that if you want to make it bituminous,
can look at different
bituminous, it may be more costly.
Sorry, we could look at different materials with them as well.
Yeah, look at different materials and
But I guess the
maintenance.
question is, okay, so let's say the maintenance is somebody maintains it, but then who's taking on it? It's on SHA property. Is SHA liable for someone falling or somebody getting jumped? It's, because it's off our site. So
Yeah.
is the county taking on that responsibility? That's one thing that's really is sidestep, but it's a huge step.
Right, no, understood. So has staff come across this before? Who is liable for?
Well, more than likely, since it's on public property, I would imagine SHA would ask them to maintain it as part of any kind of maintenance and liability agreement, just like the county would for anything in the right-of-way. I don't know that for sure, but that's my guess.
So you're saying that we would be liable or you'd be liable?
Well, we wouldn't be liable. My guess is, since it's on a public agency's property, usually they ask for some kind of maintenance and liability agreement with the applicant or the property owner. That's where that pathway is going. Others can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's probably what the ask would be.
I would expect that that would be the case.
Okay, so we need to move on, but here's the thing. What I had here is on the table, well, what is to look at some options and cost estimates for making a connection to Redland Road. That's right, and to determine that is determine the feasibility of is it even feasible, right? And reasonably feasible, right? And then the other, and that's would be also determining this cost estimate, how much does it cost to build that? And the other piece is it subject, with MDOT, give it, SHA will give approval for such a thing. That's another option. And I don't know, can you go by those in parallel? I mean, I don't know. I mean, have you talked to SHA to see if?
They've never responded to us, but Katie, I think you did.
Yeah, we've had correspondence where, at least at this stage, they've said they don't have any objections to it. I mean, that's certainly not an approval at the permitting stage, but in concept, they're not opposed to it. So what we did was, with the language here reflects that if at the point where they would get to right-of-way permit or design permit, if SHA says no thank you in writing, they would be relieved of this.
Right. And if you wanted it to come back to the board, I mean, I would think that this, if I were on your side of the table, I was, you want this to happen as quickly as possible. Like, can you come back to the board or at your level within a month? I mean, can you work through this, or are you preparing? Okay, here's 3 options, and then come to the site, or is the site also? I mean, the staff also working to say, so it's not like they come up with 3, they look at you, you say no, this doesn't work, or this does work. Can you try this or this? Are you gonna? Is this like a work session?
What about if they just work out something, if they didn't come to agreement to come to us? If they came to agreement, you don't need to come to us. You just proceed.
Right, I think that's what Deputy Director was saying, is that, like, if we condition this certified preliminary plan, we review it, if we can come to a resolution, then it's fine. But if we can't, that's when we would need to come back to you.
And I think that works for me. And I think the only thing I might add is just look into, because there seems to be some uncertainty around whether this definitively needs to be ADA accessible, if it counts as the only access option. If we could maybe get clarity on that, if there was, again, just looking for a compromise, like if it's lower cost to do gravel or mulch or something, and it doesn't require all the switchbacks, where can we be flexible on that if we count Overhill as another access point, for example?
If I could just jump in on that point, I know that's come up a couple times. Ally Myers with the Office of General Counsel. Although the planning board wouldn't be, it's not within the planning board's purview to make that determination necessarily. In looking at this, we would agree that this would need to comply with the ADA requirements, the technical requirements, because it is serving as that means of connection to that transit point. And so that isn't something that would be necessarily determined at this stage, but the board's approval would not be able to override those technical requirements if they were determined to be needed by, as they mentioned, the financing process or DPS in their technical review.
Okay.
One other piece of the, I know we've talked about this access easement or covenant on the property. I don't know of any other case where if you have a sidewalk on the public right-of-way where it meets your property, that means that you then have to provide a public access easement from that point to your building. I still don't think condition 17 is needed. If we ended up having to provide this access, and that access comes to our property line, why do we need an access easement from there to the building? I think that one certainly can go. I do think we need to talk about how 13 and 14 are worded if we pursue this alternate review. So,
Yeah, I think we just need to walk through how the conditions would now be structured with this, because I think we're in agreement that we'd like the ability to work with staff on showing options, which staff may agree they're not feasible. Maybe we can come to something that is feasible, but ultimately, if there's a disagreement between staff and the applicant, then we need to be able to come to the board to make the final decision.
Yeah,
And
right.
and we're all thinking the same thing, a month-ish to get through this process.
That's great. I have a
Understand.
draft condition language if
Yeah, if you wanna
everyone's ready.
start.
Okay, I'm going to read it real slow because I normally talk too fast. Before submittal of the certified preliminary plan, the applicant will study alternatives for providing an accessible 10-foot wide shared use path from Redland Road to the applicant's property, subject to SHA approval. The studies will be accompanied by cost estimates for the materials and access. If no resolution can be supported by both the applicant and planning staff, the alternatives will be presented to the planning board at a subsequent hearing.
can I ask a quick question? Why the 10 feet? ADA requires 3
Sure.
minimum.
And we can be flexible with you on that. We're setting the terms at 10 feet because that's our standard as the county for a shared use facility for both bikes and pedestrians. If perhaps the best way that you can make something work is, say, 6 feet, which also works for ProAg, we can entertain that as a possibility. But we'd like to start with 10.
I was gonna mention the same thing. Can we say like minimum of,
We can say minimum of 6 because that's what
6.
ProAg sets for. Okay.
Yeah.
We can change that to say a minimum of 6, but we would like you to explore other options as
And
well.
materials and stuff are up for consideration. Is
Yes,
that
we will
true?
also say that, yeah.
That was, I was gonna
Pending
ask.
ADA accessibility standards, we can be flexible on materials.
And this would be instead of conditions 13 and 14,
Yes, this would, well, so this would all be, this would replace number 13.
replaced them, so
Because 14B should
14B would be,
reflect anything that came up from that, not
Yes.
a specific thing.
So yes, this would replace 13 and I believe 14.
and 14B.
14B, let me just double check.
Right, the cost estimate would not be for a 10-foot wide shared use path, it would be for,
It's
Correct.
folded
to
into
reflect the
Yes.
same language, yes.
Well,
yes,
given
this
that it's in the
replaces
right-of-way,
condition
though, it's going to be subject to a permit and a bond for the right-of-way. Because this will have to go through,
Well, it won't be right of way, correct? It would be an easement. Because this is offsite, this is not part of the public right of way. We'd be looking for,
yeah, I don't know where it's bonded. I think if it's an improvement on SHA land,
it would be a right of way permit.
I think so.
Okay.
It would have to be part of an access permit.
You
That's
guys
all I
can,
got.
you guys can work that out. I mean.
Okay,
right,
sure. Sorry.
okay.
And then,
And we can definitely involve SHA, with any kind of studies and alternatives on this.
and.
And
then-
the,
Again, requiring access easement to include the general public is a difficult condition to accept. If we can do the path, that's a difficult condition to accept because of security reasons, the feeling of safety among the residents. So does it have to be a general public access easement over the interior, in this path?
Can we say for the, residents and their visitors?
That's,
Because they have visitors that they may come on the bike or they come on the bike or come on the bus to visit them.
it's not necessary, but if it makes you feel better, that's fine. I mean,
I think we could, I'm not sure what we've done on other projects, but I know anytime we have an extension, in this case, of a public area to get onto a site, there's usually some kind of public access easement. We can evaluate that as part of this condition as to
That would
whether
be-
it's necessary, and we can look at what we've done in other projects as well.
yeah, that was-
And then finally, we had asked for modification of condition 16 to make it clear that no PUE is required. Because sometimes we get issues.
Well,
pushback.
I think this is to show necessary easements. If the easement is not necessary, you don't need to show it. It is our maybe very plain reading of it, but if you think it's not necessary, then I don't think we would require it.
As long as that's conveyed to certain DPS staff members, that's fine.
If you run into trouble, you can have them call me.
Mitra knows.
Okay, so why don't you go over again these 3 changes?
Okay, so we're going to remove 14B, that's the first one, which talks about the cost estimate. And then we are going to say Before submittal of the certified preliminary plan, the applicant will study alternatives for providing an accessible 6-foot wide minimum shared use path for Redland Road to the applicant's property, subject to SHA approval. The studies will be accompanied by cost estimates for the materials and access, for which there will be flexibility based on ADA access. If no resolution can be supported by both the applicant and the planning staff, the alternatives will be presented to the planning board at a subsequent hearing.
That's fine, the acceptable to the applicant. We do, you know, as recognized, SHA has to be part of this process, and they have to give definitive approval as quickly as possible. So we just ask to use whatever influence you have on them to bring them to the table to give that, so that they're not saying maybe, maybe not, so we can move
Okay.
on.
Okay, great. So, and we, you know, we could say something, we'll make best efforts to have SHA part of the process, including these discussions, okay? So with those three, do I have any more comments or questions from the boards, or?
Just to say, you know, briefly, this really is a great project, and I know we're sort of drawing out like this particular part of it, but I just thank you for your willingness to work with staff. And I know it's obviously something that would be easier if it wasn't done for you all, and just, this is, you know, hopefully it won't come back to us, but if, clearly the project's gonna move forward, so it's a good project, and thank you all for being flexible.
Yeah, and I should say for my age, I certainly appreciate you guys doing that. And it's needed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. No further comments and questions. Do I have a motion to, let me see, how many approvals do we need here?
For the one for the,
Just
It
one.
would be two, one for the preliminary plan and one for the final forest conservation plan. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan number 1/2024-0060 with the conditions presented in the staff report and amended conditions we just discussed?
yeah. I'll move to approve the preliminary plan with the conditions of staff and the additional conditions discussed today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 4-0. Do I have a motion for
I
approval?
apologize, I'll jump in quickly. I'm just confirming that the final forest conservation plan is before the board for a vote? Okay, yes, then there would need to be a separate vote for the final forest
Yeah,
conservation
do I have a
plan. Thank
motion
you.
for approval of the final forest conservation plan for Overhill Road?
Move to approve the final forest conservation plan in a slightly darkened room.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you so much. We appreciate the project. Look forward to, and we will do all we can to work with you to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take just a 5-minute break and start with our next item, Clarksburg Chase preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 5, Clarksburg Chase, preliminary plan number 120240046, site plan number 8/2024-0050, and forest conservation plan number F/2024-0180. All where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Katie Mencarini presenting this item. Welcome, and we look forward to.
All right, good morning. For the record, my name is Katie Mencarini with the Up County Planning Team. Today I'm here with staff's presentation for the Clarksburg Chase development proposal. There are 3 regulatory applications under considerations with this proposal, which include a preliminary plan, site plan, and final forest conservation plan. Collectively, these 3 applications propose a single-phase development of 101 new residential lots and associated infrastructure. Staff is recommending approval of the combined application with conditions. Now, the site of this proposal is located on the north side of Old Clarksburg Road. East of Clarksburg Road is the commercial residential town zone land. South of the property is the Creekside, a cabin branch development zoned rural neighborhood cluster, which was recently approved for up to 326 residential lots, including a mix of townhomes and single-family detached, and 312 acres dedicated to Montgomery parks. South of the site is also the Clarksburg Premium Outlets and Clarkmont Local Park. Zooming in a little closer, the site consists of 136.17 acres of land, comprised of 5 unrecorded parcels zoned rural neighborhood cluster. The site is also within the Clarksburg West Environmental Overlay Zone and the 10 Mile Creek Special Protection Area. The property is subject to the 2014 10 Mile Creek Area Limited Amendment of the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and Hyattsville Special Study Area. Moving forward in this presentation, I'm just going to refer to this as the 10 Mile Creek Amendment, but that's what I'm talking about. Okay, thanks for your patience on that. Okay, the site is currently unimproved. Unimproved. There we go. All right, now, on May 4th, 2023, the Planning Board received pre-preliminary Plan 7/2023-0020, requesting a binding decision by the board on the issues of the appropriateness of the general layout, confirmation of the impervious cover limit of 6% per the Clarksburg West Environmental Overlay Zone, and confirmation that the existing and proposed pedestrian and bicycle improvements on Clarksburg Road and through the Cabin Branch development meet the requirements under the 2014 10 Mile Creek Master Plan, the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan, and the county's subdivision regulations. The Planning Board supported the applicant's submittal of the pre-preliminary plan and site plan for a cluster development on the subject property subject to conditions. And it's important to note that the subject application before you today complies with all of those conditions of approval. So what is that proposal? Let's get into it. We have a lot of components here. Overall, the project consists of 101 residential lots and associated parcels for infrastructure and open space. Given the site's location within the 10 Mile Creek Special Protection Area, the applicant was required to provide a special protection water quality plan, a conservation management plan, a stream and wetland restoration plan. Also, one waiver is requested for a non-through road, which I will get to later in the presentation. In compliance with the pre-preliminary plan, the site is laid out to take advantage of the natural ridge of the property's topography, which results in a rectangular street design with the townhouses on the interior of the road and the single-family detached houses around the perimeter. There will be 2 single-family houses with direct access on Old Clarksburg Road. This way, the rural character of the roadway and surrounding area is maintained from the viewshed of the street. The application establishes 2 new public roads, which I'll go into greater detail on the next slides. There's 1 point of access that lines up with Gosnell Farm Drive. The 2 roads terminate into a cul-de-sac. At the end of the cul-de-sac, there will be vehicular access to parcel 90, so that land maintains access to a public road. Now, condition number 5 of the pre-preliminary plan required the applicant to design and construct a shared use path positioned approximately from the center of the development area to connect to Clarksburg Road, subject to feasibility assessment and preliminary plan. The intent of that condition was to have the applicant fully explore an additional shorter access to Clarksburg Road for bikes and pedestrians, and we did an extensive work with the applicant, and we determined that that was just infeasible. And there's a lot of reasons for it. It's topography, it's existing and proposed utilities, as well as some of the other topographical issues and environmental features. So, as conditioned instead, the applicant is going to construct a natural surface trail that will connect to the development to Clarksburg Road further south of the original intended location, and that was determined to be both feasible and more advantageous because it will connect within closer proximity of the development to the south side of Clarksburg Road and a future school site. So this has been resolved, and the intent of the condition is upheld. Let's talk a little more about the site access. So, as we said, there's going to be one point of access. This is Public Road A, and it's going to line up with Gosnell Farm Drive. There's going to be a shared use path which connects to Gosnell Farm Drive along the north side. There's also going to be an access to one of the 3 trailheads in this proposal, and there will be 6 on-street parking spaces there. That shared use path is going to connect into a sidewalk network that I am very excited about. So we have 2 roads here. We have Public Road A and Public Road B. And what I'm really excited about is that we are going to have several places where we have intermittent on-street parking, but the sidewalk stays aligned in the same place the whole time. So the buffer just gets bigger or smaller as is needed. So this is very much in line with the Complete Streets Design Guide. This is really what we want to see for this kind of development. So if you're feeling my passion, it's coming through. Now to connect for the, all of the townhomes are going to be rear loaded, which we're also thrilled about. That's a design element that we're pushing for with all of these types of development. They worked with us on that. And so there are going to be appropriately 4 private alleys. 2 will even connect through to public roads A and B, so we're getting connectivity that we are looking for. And then, understandably, we do have to address that there is a waiver that's requested for a non-through road. Generally speaking, Chapter 49 says we really don't want to create new dead-end roads. We want connectivity, right? We're seeing this all over. However, this is a unique site that is rural neighborhood cluster. If we were to, we have an impervious surface cap. We've also got some other environmental features that we don't want to mess with. So this really is the best and most appropriate use for here. So what the waiver is for is creating a new non-through road that is longer than 500 feet in length and 75 units. However, the cul-de-sac and all of the roads meet the minimum design standards for MCDOT. So MCDOT planning, we're all on board with this. Okay, let's talk about open space. The property is within the Clarksburg West Environmental Overlay Zone, which has an 80%, which in this case is approximately 109 acres, minimum rural open space requirement. The proposed development includes 86% rural open space, approximately 117 acres. As recommended in the master plan, most of the rural open space, 100 acres, will be conveyed to the commission to serve as part of the 10 Mile Creek Conservation Park, which primarily serves to provide natural resource protection and access via natural surface trail. The development will provide 3 new trailhead access points, as I mentioned earlier, that connect to the larger existing and future Montgomery Parks trail network, including one on Public A with 6 adjacent parking spaces, which we pointed out earlier. The remaining rural open space will be retained and maintained by the HOA. So just to be perfectly clear, this dark green, it's supposed to be hatched. That is the park. And then we have open space and amenities with this sort of diagonal line, and then the light green is all HOA maintained open space. It's a lot. We also have required recreation amenities. They are meeting those requirements. Principally, we have a big lawn area that's shown in this bright green color, and it's flanked on both sides by townhomes, and their frontage is there. It's also surrounded by ADA accessible sidewalks 5 feet all the way around, and then it also connects into the trailhead system over here across the street. There will also be a playground at the end of the cul-de-sac that has a variety of playground equipment that serves ages tots to 12 years old. So very robust. Okay, the school, whoops, I've got one more. All right. Now, due to the number of person trips estimated to be generated by the project, a transportation impact study was required. In compliance with the growth and infrastructure policy, the applicant studied 2 intersections and conducted adequacy tests for walking, biking, and transit within 400 feet of the site. Some deficiencies were identified, and in accordance with the 2023 LATR guidelines, the total cost of mitigation is not to exceed $552,743. In coordination with MDOT-SHA, MCDOT, and planning staff, the applicant will be required to construct 4 mitigation projects. This includes a new stop control at Gosnell Farm Drive and the site access, 2 rectangular rapid flashing beacons at intersections south of the site on Clarksburg Road, as well as a fee in lieu of installation for 2 new bus shelters and pads within the Clarksburg Transportation Policy Area. This has been approved by all of those reviewing agencies. The school adequacy test determines the extent to which an applicant is required to make a utilization premium payment based on the school's adequacy status and ceilings as determined by the annual school test. Under the FY25 annual school test, Cabin Branch Elementary School, Rocky Hill Middle School, and Clarksburg High School do not require any UPP. The project is estimated to generate 20 elementary school students, 11 middle school students, and 16 high school students. The estimated number of students generated do not exceed the adequacy ceilings identified, therefore no additional UPPs are required, and neither are partial payments. As I've mentioned before, the application is subject to the 10 Mile Creek Limited Amendment, which mostly focuses on environmental conservation. These requirements, as you see on the slide, are specific to the master plan amendment and therefore required of the subject application. This speaks to things like establishing buffers for environmental features, protection of forest, and limiting impervious surfaces. Now, the 10 Mile Creek Limited Master Plan established 2 environmental overlay zones for Clarksburg, on the east of I-270 and one on the west of I-270. The subject site is located in the West Environmental Overlay Zone, which has its own requirements. The application meets all of those requirements. Listed here are the big ones, such as protecting forest adjacent to environmental buffers, the Conservation Management Plan, and a 6% limit on impervious surfaces. The site does have a lot of environmental features included on this list, and chief among them that I want to point out is the main stem of the 10 Mile Creek, which flows through the property, known as LSTM 110, or more colloquially, King Spring Tributary. Which brings us to the Final Forest Conservation Master Plan, Final Forest Conservation Plan. The application meets all of the conditions of Chapter 22A of the County Code. Shown here are the Forest Conservation Worksheet numbers, which are relevant to the regulatory findings detailed in the staff report. The applicant submitted a variance request dated on October 8th, 2024 for the removal of 3 trees and impacts to 5 protected trees for the construction of the new development. The applicant has demonstrated an unwarranted hardship as delineated in the staff report. Staff recommends approval of the proposed mitigation, which is for 8 trees to be planted on site. The application required a submission of a water quality plan. Water quality plans are broken into 2 parts. One part is reviewed by MCDPS, and the other is reviewed by the Planning Board. The Planning Board responsibilities are forest conservation, environmental buffer protection, and impervious surfaces. As per the table on the slide, they are below the 6% impervious cap with 5.98% impervious surfaces on site. The 10 Mile Creek requires a conservation management plan for the areas outside the limits of disturbance that are not dedicated to Montgomery Parks for parkland or placed in rural open space easement. The conservation management plan is intended to address management of natural resources, preserve pervious land cover, and ensure compatibility with adjacent land uses. A conservation management plan was submitted, and we've already discussed it. It was reviewed and recommended for approval by MCDEP, Montgomery Parks, and planning staff. The applicant submitted a noise analysis, and it conducted that no mitigation is required. The applicant complied with all noticing and outreach requirements for the applications. Staff did receive correspondence from one member of the community during the review of the proposal. The concerns in the email included the following: strains to public facilities and services such as public schools and parks, increase in traffic, and impacts to public water and sewer facilities. These are all really important things that we look at very closely, especially with a new development of this size. As discussed earlier in the presentation and in greater detail in the staff report, the application has there will be a substantial dedication of land to a public park. All identified transportation deficiencies will be mitigated, and there's additional capacity in the public schools. Stormwater management and sewer facilities will also be reviewed by MCDPS and was determined to be adequate as conditioned. The combined application addresses the applicable master plans and countywide plans with the cluster-style development and meets all limits on impervious surfaces. Additionally, the project meets all necessary findings of the subdivision regulations, zoning ordinance, and forest conservation law. I did find one correction in the staff report, and I have to share it with you. It's important to get this on the record. Condition 3 of the preliminary plan needs to be updated such that it requires a rural open space easement over no less than 86, not 6. So that's a big difference, but the applicant and I have already talked about it. We're all good. Okay. With that, staff is pleased to recommend the board approve the preliminary and site plan applications and the final forest conservation with the condition included in the staff report and is modified herein.
So thank you very much for your presentation. We have 3 people that are providing public testimony today. The first is in person is Robert Sonora. Mr. Sonora, at least I believe he was here. Well, why don't we go on to the people that are online? It's Jeffrey Turge. If am I pronouncing your name properly? If I'm not, please correct me.
Oh, you got it good enough.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes, sir. Why don't you move forward, please?
Okay. Yeah, so ever since the last development came in, they closed the other end of Old Clarksburg Road, and this is supposed to be emergency access. Unfortunately, my neighbors and I have been dealing with multiple situations, including buses not operating, fire and EMS having to back out and turn around, even their own cement trucks backing the whole mile down the street. Montgomery County has effectively created what they don't want to create with this development. We weren't asking for the waiver. We don't want it. What I would like to see is this is the potential intersection at Bryant Park Road, if you can see that. to avoid heavy traffic situations that we're now exposed to that we weren't previously exposed to before the Creekside at Crabbe and Branch development. Also, I think it's important to note that there's no school zone in front of the new elementary school at this point. And per the 1994 master plan, all existing residents of the area are supposed to get water and sewer. And we've not had it with the two existing developments, nor are we getting it offered in this development application. I think that needs to be addressed as well. And I think those are the things I really needed to cover. We could add a little more emotion if you want, but that's it.
No, you're good. Yeah. Thank you so much. And maybe at the end of this, Ms. Mincarini could maybe respond to some of these, but let's go to the next. But thank you so much, and hold on there. Yeah. Next participant is David Giray, is also an adjacent property owner. Mr. Giray, are you there?
Good morning.
Yes. You have 3
Yes,
minutes,
good
sir.
morning. Yes, sir. Thank you. My big concern is, like was just reiterated, I would like to reiterate the fact that the street was closed. We were never told that that street was closed, and that is causing a great hardship. There are 3 young children living across the street. One of them is a handicapped child that has special services. The school buses refuse to go down the street because they cannot go around. They cannot make a turnaround. The children have to walk across the street. They have to walk up a total of 1 mile, a half a mile from the house to the intersection, and then back up again to get into the elementary school. This is a first grader and a second grader. That is unheard of. There is no crossing that's available for children to walk out. That Main Street, Clarksburg Road, which is now a direct route for people that cannot go down 270, and it's a racetrack going down. You have such a clutter of traffic that it takes 20 minutes on some days to get out of our street to get into that cul-de-sac so that we can get out. That's unheard of. That's one of my biggest problems. The second problem I have, I don't believe there was any type of testing to the damage that was caused to the wells that are on the property. We have well and septic. We were told that we had authorization to hook up to the new systems that will come in. That was never matured. It never took place whatsoever. I know for a fact my house, our wells are going dry. I have 2 houses on that street and 2 wells. There's no choice for me to do anything other than tie in across the street. That's another thing, unacceptable. The utilities, which was promised to us that we would have access to hook up to, are not available. There are no utilities there. They're a matter of fact on the eastern or whichever side you want to call the opposite side of the street is where the facilities for those utilities are. The water, the sewer, the electric, of course, we have. The other last item that I would like to touch upon is the neighborhood has been deteriorating as far as cleanliness. There's rubbish and everything all over. You cannot get in and out of that street because of the cul-de-sac and the way that the traffic is located around these circles. And it's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments, your testimony, and we're going to. Did Mr. Sonora ever come in? I thought Catherine said he was here. Or no? Well,
We did check the lobby, did not see him there.
okay.
either.
Okay. So why don't we just keep going? Ms. Mincarini, can you respond to the concerns of the 2 speakers, and also, is there a map that you can show where?
I see what you're saying.
like
Let
maybe
me see if I
Goog-
can join from my laptop.
Okay,
And
like-
show on MC Atlas. Does that sound okay? All right. Thanks for your patience. I'll get on there. So I'm going to answer these a little out of order while I'm
Okay.
pulling up a map.
Okay.
Okay. So asking them to sign a school zone is outside the scope of this project. So I appreciate where they're coming from. We note this on the record, but that's not something that's going to be the applicant's responsibility. The second was talking about connecting the road, and I hear them. I mean, we talk a lot about connectivity being important, but we have so many burdens or challenges with the special protection area, with the Clarksburg West environmental overlay. They are, as you saw, 5.98% impervious. So there's not going to be you can't add a road to that and make that work.
And this is, just to clarify, this is connecting from Old Clarksburg Road to Clarksburg Road.
Yeah, it would actually be, so what I think where he's talking about, he was talking about lining it up with Burn Road, or Burn Park.
Can we go to Google Maps or
Yeah,
something?
can you show that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you there, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Okay, let me see if I'll be allowed to show.
In the interim, I'll just say, I'll transition to the water and sewer. I don't know who's promising what, but as you have gone through, you've seen, stepping aside from these issues that were raised, I think by now you're getting very familiar with how the water and sewer extension process works. You reviewed several of these at this point, both administrative and those that require council action. So typically, when the water or sewer envelope is expanded, there are individual properties that then request permission to tie in to that hookup. Admittedly, I don't know if there were any agreements made between private property owners, developers out here that when it was extended, that they may be connected. That is something that would be a private agreement that we, the government, would not necessarily be involved in. So I just, I know you know that process well. So if an individual applies for that connection, there is a process to connect. If it's available, they can simply engage with WSSC and pay for their hookup. So from that standpoint, I just wanted to address the water and sewer issue.
Okay, and maybe Mr. Turge and Mr. Giray, did you ever apply for water and sewer connections?
I never did because I never was told that I had to. In other words, they came around personally, and I say they, I don't know who the builders were. They came around and they said, we are having it. They pointed where the line would be going. They said, you can hook up to it when we put the line in. That was all that was told to me. They did change the location of it afterwards when they put it across the street in the far western side. That's
So
right
I
where
could
they're
speak to
built.
this as well.
Okay.
Sorry?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, David, that was me. Yeah, so when Pulte was applying for Creekside at Cabin Branch, they actually sent out notice looking for an easement on our lots to run a water line, no sewage. Sorry, sewage line, no water line. And the way they were selling it and the way their representative was selling it was that we would have to get macerator pumps, despite being at the top of the hill, to use it. So they basically took advantage of our street, not knowing that gravity flows downhill and what sewers actually do, to alleviate the need to actually put the sewer line per WSSC's request on our street. And furthermore, they just cut us off. They just cut us off. Now, I want to refer back to the Bryant Park entrance. If you look at the photo, you can see that there's not much there. It's no grading issue. There's 2 guardrails and maybe that little sapling there that needs to be removed. I will plant 4 more trees to cover that sapling to get that access. And
Okay.
you can see this is also, going to be helpful to all the new residents because they're going to be stuck in the same traffic that we're stuck in. Mind you, during the peak hours of this setup for, the outlets, you have to go right up to the next traffic circle and back. And it's all police directed. Now, this is what the traffic looks like. And it goes for all 3 traffic circles.
Yep. Okay.
On peak hours.
Yeah, thank you we Thank you for your explanation. Maybe one of the things, we have the emails, maybe we could, planning staff could send you the contact at WSSC, and you can, we have your emails here, and we'll promise you, we'll send you the contact at WSSC, and you could talk to them about the, water and sewer and what was
I
promised.
would love to.
Okay,
Yeah, because in the 94 master plan, it says that all existing properties are going to have public water and sewer available.
great.
And that's to protect the water here.
Yep, got it, sir. So we're going to move on, but we will email you the WSSC contact, and then we're going to have Ms. McEnready continue with her presentation, talking about the locations of these, where the road doesn't go through and the potential connections you were talking about. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
No, thank you so much. Okay, so looking at this, this is where the site access is going to be. This is Gosnell Farm Drive. All of the development is happening here, following a ridge line. That's really important because that's where the least impactful of the environmental features are. What he's asking for is a road connection that would come from about like here all the way down. There would be a huge asphalt road that's going to be really detrimental to the environmental features and not be what we're looking for with the intent
I'm
of the master
asking
plan.
on intersection on Clarksburg.
Yeah, you're asking
Just
for
Old
Clarksburg Road and
Clarksburg Road
Burn, right?
too.
Which is right here?
Just Old Clarksburg Road to New Clarksburg Road.
There was always a driveway over there. They removed the macadam that was there that exited on that
Right.
west side.
But it's not going to be an efficient
I'm
connection.
asking for an intersection at this strip. And that will alleviate traffic for the community as well, because then they can use Old Clarksburg Road to access the westward side.
We asked them to
No,
investigate this further.
no need to cut through the whole farm.
Right.
You have two roads. You have only two roads. You have Clarksburg Road and you have West Old Baltimore. Those are your only two roads for over 2,200 houses to the east. You're putting in now 102 houses, new ones that you're proposing, and there's 300 and some houses that have been built westward. Now, they're talking about a number of thousand of cars for two roads. You got a school there, which deters the traffic going down.
Not only
People
that,
go
prison.
down there like a racetrack. You
Gosnell
don't have
Farm
the
Road is the only
infrastructure.
access.
I'm sorry? Yes,
Yes, sir,
Clarksburg Road.
yes, sir,
only-
we understand your concern. We're going to keep moving on now. Maybe, as one of the commissioners said, maybe we could ask,
Any help with
ask
traffic.
MCDOT to study it later,
Right,
yeah.
that's an operations of the existing street. When they are looking at for our LATR adequacy, they are meeting the standards that they need to. It can be congested, but it does meet the standards.
Okay. All right, so why don't we move on? We don't have any more people testifying. Would the applicant like to make any comments or presentation?
Good morning, Bob Harris with Lurch Early Brewer for the applicant. On my right is Max Potember with Lenore Homes, the applicant. On my left is Keely Loretti, one of the engineers working on it with Soltes. I'll be brief, but I do want to address the community comments to try to put them and you at ease as well. I'll start by thanking the staff for working with us on this project. Our work goes back quite a ways, as Katie mentioned, even before the pre-preliminary plan on the master plan. And you know, what we are doing here is 100% compliant with the master plan and the approved pre-preliminary plan. As an aside, I'll say it's enjoyable to work with Katie. Her obvious enthusiasm is contagious, and so it's a pleasure working with her. The approval of this project will allow Lenore to effectively complete construction of the west side of Clarksburg that was planned more than 30 years ago in the master plan. And I'm proud to have been involved for the entire time, and I'm looking forward to seeing this project go forward and complete that. It adds extensive or important housing, it adds extensive park and open space, and it protects the environment exactly as planned in the 10 Mile Creek Master Plan. So the comments, oh, and I should say, we agree completely with the staff report and the conditions. In order to respond to the community comments, I guess my broadest response would be, to whatever extent their concerns are legitimate, they're not related to us. We didn't build the road. We didn't promise them any sewer. We didn't do anything. Our project is both unrelated to any prior discussions, and it's completely unrelated spatially. We're up the hill from where they are, completely, non-contiguous. And so, and the road, more specifically in that road design was worked out a decade ago with SHA and MCDOT. It's been built exactly as it was planned. If there was an objection to it, it should have been voiced back then. But again, we're not affecting it because our traffic is going out to 121 via Gosnell Farm Drive, not going down Old Clarksburg Road. I think the chairman made a good point. I think it would be helpful to give the community members contact people at WSSC and at SHA and DOT. There may be things that those agencies are willing to do. Maybe a school speed limit zone is appropriate. We are doing what we can to help, though. We're providing 2 crosswalks of New 121 along with flashing signals to make that crossing superior to what it is today. There is a challenge, though, I think, that they should recognize if they want to build a road connection. There's a retaining wall all along there between those 2 roads, and I'm not sure the topography allows for a vehicular connection, and I think that's why it was designed and built the way it is. But in any respect, the bottom line is whatever concerns they have, they're not being created or affected by us. We are only improving things by adding pedestrian and transit facilities that will improve it. And as far as their water and sewer, I checked this morning, those properties where they live are not classified for sewer service. They're W6 and S6 sewer categories, as I understand it. So then they would have to go through a sewer category change process to even begin the thing. They would have to work with WSSC on the engineering, and in the end, if they're successful in both those regards, whatever sewer line they have, it's not going to connect to us because we're uphill. It's going to connect either to Cabin Branch or to the Pulte project. So, while I sympathize with their concerns, they're unrelated to us. So, that's about what I can say. I thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a wonderful project in that it provides needed housing and also for sale housing, which is also greatly needed, and they're dedicating 100 acres to the park, to Montgomery Parks, and adding more connections into the park system. So this is a wonderful project. So do any of the other board members have any questions or comments?
I have a clarification.
I'd like to just mention one thing on what where you said that road continuation.
Sir, we're going to continue. We will send you the contact members for WSC and MCDOT, SHA, and we're going to move forward with our this morning. Thank you.
Yeah. I understand the testimony, it's just none of it is particularly relevant to this particular application, unfortunately. I mean, it's referencing master plans and the limited amendment from a while back. It's just none of it is specific to the application. And I completely understand the frustration, and if whatever help we can get them to connecting them, that's the word I'm trying to get at, to WSSC for access, that's, I think, a huge help, but it's not connected to this particular application. So I appreciate the testimony, but it was not a whole lot we empowered to do here on that one.
Yeah, and I wonder if, as part of the approval, we could maybe just issue a recommendation to MCDOT to evaluate the prospects for a connection. Just kind of put the ball a little bit more in their court formally, just see if they can at some point evaluate. But yeah, otherwise, I think I agree, although I will say, I wonder if, so knowing that this is going to become parkland, I do wonder if there's an opportunity for pedestrian connection.
Oh, yeah. And there's a whole natural surface trail like network that is planned as part of this park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So-
great to hear. But because of that, it seems like maybe we should also look at the prospects for connecting through Old Clarksburg Road to Clarks. Is that part of what?
Yeah, so the one thing that we did get, so in lieu of getting the paved bike ped trail that we originally talked about in the pre-preliminary plan, we are getting a natural surface trail that's connected to the park that will connect to connect to regular Clarksburg Road. So that is in there.
That's in this application? Okay, great. Sorry, I guess I.
No,
missed
no,
that
that's
one.
fine.
May I clarify that, because Katie is correct on that, I should have said that. We are busting through that retaining wall that I mentioned and bringing a pathway connection between the north side, if you will, and towards the park and the school on the south side. And that's where the crosswalk and the signal will.
So that's going to be at Burn Park, or is that going to be at Broadway?
Yes, sir.
Burn Park?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So that's where the school is. Got it. Yeah, that answers my other question about the need for the flashing signal at that location, because right now there's nothing sort of north of there, but knowing that there's going to be a pedestrian connection, that
Yeah, and that's
makes
part of the
a lot more
LATR
sense.
requirements too, so.
Yeah, yeah, that was kind of later on question, but I guess I can skip that one now. The only other question I had was, knowing that it's there, the need for, it's hard, there's a lot of potential transportation needs in this area. We're suggesting 2 LATR projects, sort of back-to-back consecutive flashing signals at Burn Park and Broadway. The Burn Park one makes a lot of sense to me now. The school's right there. Knowing that kids may want to kind of go across and get to the park and vice versa, kids from the new development coming down to the school, that way it's more direct, safer. But is there a need for 2? Is there a need for another one kind of the next block down, or could that money be better used for something else?
Great question. So a couple of things to frame that. So per the LATR guidelines, we actually set a scoped boundary of how far they need to go from the site to do this. So they went to the extent of that. If they don't put the second one in, there isn't another signal further down. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, and it needs to stay within that 400 feet boundary. The second thing is this is what SHA seems open to. That's not to say that, maybe other things couldn't be explored, but I do think that this is probably the most appropriate at these locations. And then finally, the last thing that popped into my head finally, the PLOC score for both of these was poor, and would say that additional traffic control is helpful for those crossings to feel more comfortable and get to the rating that we're looking for.
So I'm glad you brought up traffic control, because that was my other question, that, RFFB signals are okay.
Yeah.
They are push activated. They are not as highly visible as other things all the time. And knowing that, a lot of the kids will be trying to cross here during peak hours, which is when the traffic is the heaviest. Was there any consideration for, I'm blanking on the name of it now, but.
Or a hawk signal?
A hawk signal. Hawk signal, something that is just a little bit less reliant on, that's still sort of push activated. You could have sensor activated ones too, but it's a lot to ask like a kid to like remember to push this thing.
Yeah.
And then even when they do, it's not going to be as highly visible to cars.
I believe their traffic consultant is on board, so I'm going to give Nancy Randall a heads up that I'm going to punt this to her. But the other thing is that I think, given the cost estimates, that may not have been feasible with the cap that we had. But I'm not positive about that.
Yeah, that was sort of gets back to my other point, where maybe if we'd have 1 instead of 2, could it be more feasible to have a much higher quality 1?
Right, and without having those cost estimates in front of me, so I will ask Nancy Randall if she has thoughts on that.
Yes, hi, this is Nancy Randall from Wells and Associates. The hawk signal has to be placed mid-block. It can't be placed at an intersection. That's number one. If you're going to do anything at an intersection, it would be a full signal. And that would exceed our required cost. That would get rid of all of the road improvements that we've discussed today. Because the signal is running about $500,000 per. And it would also be unlikely to meet the warrants, though we haven't done a warrant study, but just based on the volumes I've seen during peak hour, it's unlikely to meet the warrants. At both of these locations, there's nothing that can't say that there isn't a crossing guard there during school hours, particularly the one that is closest to the elementary school. And so certainly we can look at that location as well.
So hearing that, you know, it sounds like it is a high cost thing. I wonder if there's this is an elementary school, so these are very young children, right? So are there other potential things we can do just to slow down traffic at that spot, like a raised crosswalk in addition to the RFFB?
Yeah, that's a good question, because this is a service road, but I don't think SHA generally puts traffic calming on their stuff.
Yeah.
What I think might be a good compromise, given what your concerns are, we could ask the applicant to provide an updated cost estimate of providing either a full signal or a half signal prior to preliminary plan, and if it's under the cap, and SHA would, entertain it.
Yeah.
Of course, all that subject to SHA approval, then we can make that a staff level decision, and if not, we can keep with what's been identified in the LHER.
And I think certification of that plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, certified.
So something similar to what we, I guess, had just discussed last item. I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
We would be okay with a condition like that. I want to do what we can for public safety there within the bounds of what our obligations are. So if it fits within what they're saying in SHA, we're amenable, and the cost, then, you know, we'll certainly look at that. And I think a certified plan was, you know, would allow us to keep the project moving now while we look at options there.
You're fine.
You're okay.
I'd like to thank the citizens for their comments today. Their comments and their observations are important, and when citizens have an opportunity to lend their time to offer insight and objection to plans, I think it's important that we consider them. They live there currently, and their lives and safety will be impacted by these new projects, so I want to commend them for having the courage to testify today. One of the difficult things that I personally battle with in my own mind is the need for development and housing, and how the need for development and housing negatively impacts the lives of citizens who are there currently. Taking into consideration Mr. Jaray's comments with regards to school zones and the safety of children, I think that's something we have to particularly take into consideration, because the new residents who may have children and the children that already live there are going to be negatively impacted by the increase in traffic. Mr. Torgay commented and provided exhibits, illustrations, and photographs with regards to the traffic pattern that is there now, and surmises that the traffic pattern will become worse with the introduction of this new community. It's something that I take seriously and understand, having been a commuter most of my work life. I'd like to, again, commend them for commenting today.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Yes, we do appreciate people that take their time to testify on regulatory matters. So should I have it all clear now? So Commissioner Linda had recommended that we add this language about looking at a potential Hawks, is it?
Yeah, do you want a draft condition? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
Okay, I've got, prior to certified preliminary plan, the applicant will submit additional cost estimates for a hawk signal, full traffic signal, and other appropriate traffic control devices at Burn Park Road and Clarksburg Road for staff's consideration and approval, subject to SHA approval.
Great.
Thanks.
Were there any other conditions? No. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, two interjections. That last condition sounded okay to me, with the understanding that we're still limited by the obligations under the growth and infrastructure policy.
The LAT,
Yeah.
yeah.
The proportionality guide still applies.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And then one other thing, I apologize. Katie correctly mentioned that our open space is much more than 6%, and she said 86%. I'm not a numbers person, but on my left, Keely looked at it, and I think it doesn't go from 6% to 86%. It goes to 80.6%, I think. So,
Yes. Right, we're meeting the minimum 80% rural open space. I'm Keely Loretti with Soltes. And we had written down that we could go over that potentially by 80.6. We will definitely meet the minimum 80%. There was a staff report condition to add a right-of-way for Old Clarksburg Road, and we're still working with that through SHA, so we will make sure we meet the minimum 80%, likely 80.6%.
Yeah, the
At
minimum
any
is
rate,
80,
we
so
will
we're
be
acceptable.
over. the
Yeah, so why don't we just say meet the minimum? We'll meet the minimum. Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience on that, yes.
All right, so do I have a motion? So we do 2 site plan preliminary, and then we do the forest conservation plan separately? Was
That's
that what you'd
correct.
like to do? Excuse me. Do I have a motion to approve the Clarksburg Chase preliminary plan 1/2024-0046 and site plan number 8/2024-0050 with conditions and amended conditions, conditions in the staff plus the amended condition that we came up with today?
I would like to move to approve the preliminary plan, the site plan with the conditions and the conditions discussed today, as well as making sure we provide appropriate contact information for the people that testified.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 5-0. And then do I have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0180, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Move to approve the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 5-0. Thank you so much. We look forward for this project moving forward. We're going to take just a 2-minute break and start with item number 6, Wawa Burtonsville preliminary plans, site plan, and forest conservation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, folks, very much. May I color outside the lines a little bit? Bill Grease, whom many of us knew for years, recently passed away. I'm going to suggest that we name this park Bill Grease Park. He was a great man. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your recommendation. We'll talk with Parks about it. Thank you so much. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Wawa Burtonsville Preliminary Plan Number 1, 2024-0160, Site Plan Number 8, 2024-0170, and Forest Conservation Plan Number F, 2024-0210. All staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have Philip Estes this morning presenting this presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Philip Estes with the Up County Division. As you mentioned, we have preliminary plan 1, 2024-0160 and site plan and forest conservation plan with a request to create one lot and approve an automobile filling station, convenience retail, restaurant, and other site-related improvements. The applicant has met all the noticing requirements per the code, and staff has mailed the public hearing notice per the code. To date, we have received no community comments concerning the application. Zoning map here shows the subject property located in the CRTF zone, which is a floating zone. To the north and northwest is CRT. To the west is EOF and a little bit of IM, and to the south is R200 residential. Here is the aerial map of the subject property located at 15585 and 15595 Old Columbia Pike. You can see here it's presently developed with a 7-Eleven store and gas station. There's also a retailer on the upper right side of the site. There's currently 0.38 acres of forest in the lower southwest portion of the property. And there's also a conditional use governing the site. This was approved just last July, which approved the auto filling station and convenience retail uses. The applicant's proposal with a preliminary plan is to create one 3.36 net acre lot, as I mentioned, for use for an automobile filling station, retail and restaurant uses for a Wawa store. As you can see here, the Wawa store is located in the center of the property with the fuel canopy stations located between the store and Old Columbia Pike. Applicant's also proposing 2 public open spaces identified in the green shading here. Those are both accessible through the pedestrian circulation system identified in the yellow highlighted pathways to and from the store and to and from the public right-of-way. Also, the applicant's proposing the bikeable side path identified in the green at the top, and then increasing the width of the breezeway, which is located to the west of the site, in addition to planting street trees. New signalized intersection and roadway improvements are proposed. It's a little bit about the frontage and transportation improvements. So along Old Columbia Pike on the north part of the plan, the travel lanes will be reduced from 4 to 3 lanes. And the applicant, as I mentioned, will construct a 10-foot wide side path with a 10-foot wide street buffer. Along the Columbia Pike South ramps, the travel lanes will remain unchanged, and the breezeway will be widened to 16 feet wide with a 6-foot wide street buffer. The signalized intersection will be built by the applicant. And finally, there will be a fee in lieu payment of just a little bit over $29,000 to the capital improvement program for sidewalk improvements in this policy area. The local area transportation requirements, this is located in the Burtonsville Town Center policy area. The applicant submitted their TIS with the application in October 2023. As I just mentioned, SHA and transportation and planning staff have reviewed the report, and all the deficiencies and modes were addressed, evaluated, and analyzed, and no further analysis is required. The application includes a forest conservation plan. As I mentioned, there's currently 0.38 acres of area that's classified as forest. The area highlighted here in pink is 2.8 acres of forest that will be removed. And then the forest conservation plan itself, the 0.10 acres shown in green is forest, existing forest that will be retained. And shown in yellow is the afforestation area, which both combined will equal 0.52 acre Category 1 forest conservation easement, which equals both the green and yellow shaded areas. Therefore, staff has found that the preliminary plan meets all the required findings to approve, including the master plan finding. Public facilities are adequate, and it complies with all the applicable provisions of the subdivision regulations, zoning code. It meets the forest conservation and Chapter 19 stormwater management requirements. Project also meets the required site plan findings, also the master plan. It conforms to the master plan, and it satisfies Chapter 19 and Chapter 22A, and meets all the required site plan findings, including the conditional use number 2415. We do have two revisions to the conditions. This would revise condition number 5A to require 2 long-term bike parking spaces and 2 short-term bicycle parking spaces. And a revision to condition number 5D revises the trigger for the side path improvements to the use and occupancy permit stage for the building. And with those revisions, staff recommends approval of the Wawa Burtonsville project with the conditions as modified. And this concludes our presentation. We're available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Estes, for your presentation. Do any comments or questions from the board?
I do have a comment. So I'm very familiar with this intersection, and I'm concerned with the reduction of 4 lanes to 3 lanes. It's already precarious there with the 4 lanes, and there's substantial congestion during the peak hours, especially around the 8 or 9 a.m. time, and then also at the conclusion of the workday and during the weekends. Recently, there was an accident where someone was ran over in the adjacent parking lot, and I think that reducing the lanes from 4 to 3 will just exacerbate the traffic in the area. And I was wondering why it would be reduced from 4 to 3. Thanks.
So I think your transportation engineers online, or maybe you can answer.
Yes. Good morning, Pat Harris with Lurch-Hurley and Brewer, for the record. In front of the property, we are limiting the turn lane and the free right turn at the intersection with 29. Those types of improvements have been recommended countywide in order to promote pedestrian safety. That was the primary reason, and I don't know if our traffic engineer, Robert Engel, has anything else to add with respect to that.
Hi, Robert Engel with Lenhart Traffic Consulting. It's actually not reducing the travel lanes. There's still going to be 3 through lanes there. It's only the right turn that's being moved into the southmost through lane. So the capacity of the through lanes is still being maintained.
Slide that's on the screen says travel lanes reduced from 4 to 3. Is that incorrect?
The right turn travel lane is being removed. It's now going to be shared with the through lane. So in that way, yes, but the through lane where most of the traffic is going to be maintained with 3 lanes.
Yeah, this is a fairly standard Vision Zero, improvement, removing these free right turns creates significant risk for pedestrians, cyclists, those not in a vehicle. So, I mean, this is fairly standard across the county that we're removing these hot rights, free rights, and reconfiguring as shown.
I think the confusion may be because it says travel lanes reduced from 4 to 3, though there really are currently only 3 travel lanes, and then there's that right turn lane. I think if we put up the existing conditions plan,
That would be great. Yeah.
that may be better to explain.
What is the technical name of that right turn lane? It's like a, what do you call it? When they can just, a slip. So this has a slip, currently has a slip lane or no?
Yes, we'll pull up a map.
Okay.
Yeah, or the aerial photo may be better.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Right, okay.
Right, so you can see between Old Columbia Pike and Columbia Pike, the free right, which will be removed. The 3 center through lanes will remain. The furthest one towards the south or the right is going to be a through and a right turn. And again, this, again, proven dramatically
Can you move the
improves.
cursor around to show what you're speaking of?
Yeah, thank you. So here's the free right that will be eliminated, and then this travel lane here will be both through and a right turn. So this will be closed to vehicular traffic, dramatically improving the pedestrian safety experience at this intersection.
So there may be some backup more than today, but because those, if a car got there, it would keep going today, but for pedestrian safety concerns, that they're taking it out,
Correct.
so they have to.
Yeah,
come to
we're
us.
trying to reduce, you know, we have target speeds that we're trying to hit, so I think people will have to drive a little bit slower. I think people are adjusting to that reality. Again, it's multiple reasons why we're doing this.
Right.
And then I have another observation or comment. I remember when this first came before us, I was really excited about it. I'm still excited about it. But there was going to be a new intersection on the western edge of the property that connects with the shopping center across the street, correct? Or no? And there's going to be a stoplight there? Okay. And that's going to remain, correct?
Great, so, yep, I love how you're putting the pedestrian improvements there. I also, as I said before, like that you're gonna have so many electric charging stations. We can't have enough of those as we're converting to electric vehicles. And one of the questions, you have 50 parking spaces. That's a lot of parking spaces, but yes, you have the space for them, and you'll move forward for there. But is there a reason why the 50? Just out of curiosity, why so many parking spaces?
There's a number of reasons. So first of all, Wawa has many facilities all over the country, or at least the East Coast, as you know, and so they're trying to make sure that they function efficiently. There's no drive-through here, so meaning that anyone that's visiting the Wawa store needs to park and go in. There are at max peak hour 12 employees, which, so that's 12 spaces taken up. And they have a restaurant component as well as a retail component, plus the gas station. So we are below the maximum required, though just below, I will note. But for all those reasons, the 50 was necessary, and there is the space to do 50. I also just want to note that the 9 EV stations along the east, those are reserved for future EV. It's all dependent on getting that third party operator, because that's the way the system works now, and Wawa is pursuing that. But at this moment, they don't have a third party operator secured.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So I have no more comments or questions. Do I have a, thank you. Do I have a motion to, should we just do the preliminary and site plan and then we'll do the forest conservation separately? Or, okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan number 1/2024-0160 and site plan number 8/2024-0170, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
I'll move to approve the preliminary and site plans.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. To have a motion to approve Forest Conservation Plan F 2024-0980, where staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Which forest conservation plan was that? Was that the number that was on the?
Yeah,
I believe it's F 2024-021A.
I'm sorry, did
I
I?
believe the agenda has a different
I'm sorry.
number.
Oh, okay.
So is what's on screen the correct?
Zero-
Okay.
0218?
We'll consider that an amended motion.
Oh,
for-
021A, okay. All right.
Okay, great.
The,
Then move to approve forest conservation plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. So thank you so much. I will look forward to this being built as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's an amendment to the.
And I did want to thank staff. I mean, I know Area 3 is very, very busy these days, so I appreciate all the work that the team put into this. Thank you.
Yeah, they do a great job. Thank you. So we're going to take another 2-minute break, and then we'll go with item number 7, the Blairs site plan application number 8/2014-017C, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, the Blairs Site Plan Application 8/2014-017C, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And from planning staff, presenting this item this morning is Tashawn Gatling. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Saquon Gatling with Down County here, presenting the site plan amendment for the Blairs, application number 8/2014-017C. In general, the location is in Silver Spring at the intersection of Coastal Road and East-West Highway. We'll zoom in here to get an aerial view. In the larger context of the Blairs master plan, project is outlined in yellow on your screen there, which was approved as a larger project plan and preliminary plan. The project is also adjacent to the Washington, D.C. Boundary here to the southwest, and is just southwest of the Silver Spring Transit Center, which is annotated on the map as well. The property houses the Blair Shopping Center, which currently features the Giant supermarket as well as other retail and restaurant uses. And southwest of the shopping center, we have the multifamily residential buildings, including the Blair House, the Pearl, amongst other residential buildings around the perimeter here. Dashed in the red is the interim pad site, which is the subject of the current proposal, as well as in blue, the interim open space, which is also affected by the current amendment. I wanted to note the use of the word interim throughout this project because the ultimate development, which was approved as a part of the project plan, will succeed these developments in the future and will come in as future site plans. Outlined at the bottom here in red is one of those developments, which is the Pearl Building, which is one of the first steps in the overall development project plan, which I have a slide here showing a rendering illustration of what that could ultimately look like in the future, which was approved at the time of the project plan. I'm also dashed in the approximate locations of the interim pad site and interim open space in relation to those projects, roughly. Zooming in on the area of focus, the project falls within the 2022 Silver Spring and Adjacent Communities Plan, and overall, the Blairs property covers over 12 acres. However, looking at the interim pad site, which is just over a third of an acre, and the interim open space, which is just over 2 acres here. We'll get a better look at these locations in the next slide here. Image 1 shows the interim pad site, which is approximately these aisles of service parking in the existing shopping center, and image 1 on the left, and the interim open space with the subject being the mulch trail coming through the center of your screen here in image 2. As for the proposal, the applicant is requesting to increase the square footage of the interim pad site by up to 1,950 square feet, and also proposes an alternative use for the site. In addition to the retail-only interim option shown on the left, the applicant also proposes a development scenario in which the interim pad site houses both retail and a veterinary office as an interim development, as shown on the right. The building footprints are visually similar in both scenarios, as are parking and circulation. I mentioned the mulch path as seen in the aerial on the left. I dashed the mulch path in green there. We can see the mulch path, again, curving through the screen on this image on the right side. The upkeep of this material has been a challenge for the applicant to maintain, which led to the proposal to replace the mulch with sod, which will create a more uniform open space. The area will be remaining open for users to travel through freely and interact with, despite the material change proposed. Noticing and submittal requirements were satisfied, but we did receive 2 pieces of community correspondence. The first inquiry came during the review period and centered on potential parking issues. As noted in the staff report, the layout of proposed parking has shifted with this proposal. However, the overall parking figures remain the same as previously approved in the B amendment. The second letter was received following the posting of the staff report, but was forwarded to that board and the applicant and focused on the veterinary hospital option. Getting to the findings recommendation, staff finds that the site plan amendment conforms to all applicable requirements in the zoning ordinance and meets the sector plan, and therefore we recommend approval with conditions as enumerated in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have one person on Teams to make a public testimony, Paula Edwards, the District of Columbia Advisory Neighborhood Commission. Ms. Edward, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My comment is brief. I just wanted to thank staff for responding to my question about parking and to reiterate that any changes to the Blairs does affect the DC side because we have parking issues sometimes with residents of Maryland who park on our streets and also people shop at the Blairs who sometimes park on our streets. So I'm very appreciative of the staff's recognition of the staff's advice that the parking will not change. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your concern and comment. And would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you. Bill Commoners of Lurch, Early and Brewer for the applicant. With me, my colleague and partner, Chris Rulin, and I'll let each of our folks introduce themselves to you before I speak. Pedro, why don't you start?
Good morning, Pedro Salas with BCT Design Group.
Mohammed Hamiduddin with Tower.
Mike Goodman with VICA.
We're very pleased to be here this morning on behalf of the Tower Companies, who was the original developer of the Blairs a long time ago. The board previously approved the existing proposed interim pad site that we are amending today. It's, as staff noted, in the midst of that large parking field. That was originally designed for a particular restaurant tenant who, at the beginning of the pandemic, fell out and backed out. And so looking at it again today and trying to provide appropriate options for it, there was the feeling that it needed a little bit more elbow room to try to accommodate what the applicant was looking for. That increase is very small, 1,950 square feet, and a portion of it, as Pedro will describe, is actually outdoor space that will not be enclosed yet, but is designed to be able to be enclosed. So, and we've included that potential area so we don't have to come back and again at the time that might be desired. There are existing lease negotiations going on with the veterinarian as well, particularly. And so we've asked the staff to present these two options so that depending upon how the lease negotiations go, the applicant can move expeditiously to accommodate whichever, either an all retail option with one or more several retailers, or the option with the veterinarian and some retail as well. The plans are, as you saw and we'll describe, are very, very similar, essentially indistinguishable between the two of them. The building is the same on the footprint, different a little bit on terms of the entrances and such, and the outdoor spaces are different, but they are all within the same outdoor envelope, if you will, for that purpose. The second part of the amendment relates to the mulch path, which unfortunately had a tendency to become more of a mud path. And as a result, the residents asked to fix that problem. So it's being sodded to be turned into the rest of the lawn area. There is an existing asphalt path that covers much of the same area that will remain, so that will be accessible. Both of these facilities, both the open space, green space, and the pad site are temporary interim uses pending the future redevelopment of the Blairs. The master plan for the site that staff showed there is a plan to implement over many years. Your staff has been very cognizant of the distinction between the interim and the future uses, and has been very careful that nothing being done on these interim uses would impair the long-term development that's been approved. So with that, let me turn it over to the architects to walk you through the building, and then I have a short remark after that. Pedro?
Yep. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time. Is it possible to pull up the presentation that I emailed? Great, thank you so much. We're really excited to be here. Hard to believe, but I was looking at some notes, and we've actually started working on this pad 10 years ago exactly to the month. So it's a little bit scary that it's taken this long, but we're really excited to be here. So although the site is internal, as you see here, we feel like it really kind of becomes a, both a gem and sort of a gateway into the retail realm. It also does connect the, the residential, the existing retail and the multifamily to the metro. So we expect quite a bit of, pedestrians to walk through and experience this building. So we're really excited, and I think we paid a lot of attention to the site and the topography that's available and the connections between East-West Highway and the existing residential as well. Next slide, please. So I'll quickly walk you through what was previously approved and what we're proposing. So what you see on the screen now was the previously approved restaurant building that Bill alluded to previously. Next slide, please. So the red shows the proposed, so you can see it's very similar. We did massage the building to have a lot more flexibility in the facade and articulation to accommodate, to Bill's point again, potential multiple tenants. Next slide, please. And this one shows some tweaks that we made to the crosswalks. You can see the previous ones are shown in a light gray color, and the proposed ones are shown in a darker color. This was from feedback that we received from you all, and we agree with it, and we thought it made sense to make these changes right away. The site does have quite a bit of grade, so the high point is on page right, and then the low point is page left. So it gave us an opportunity to create both a pedestrian and seating and cafe zones, both on the page right and in the front of the building as well. So there's kind of these two separate zones. One is sort of the pedestrian walking zone that connects from the existing retail all the way to the multifamily, and then inboard of that, where it's a flat area, we're retaining the site, if you will. There's quite a bit of opportunity for 1, 2, and even 3 different restaurants to utilize. In the back of the building, there's a series of ramps to mitigate the grade again and get us down from egress service and so forth into the back of the building. Behind the building, there is an existing office building, so we did treat this as a true 4-sided building in terms of all the facades, materiality, and so forth. Next slide, please. So again, we do see this as a gem and sort of the gateway. Although it is an interim use, we wanted to kind of be welcoming and show the best of the Blairs and really use high-end materials throughout the building on all 4 sides. On the left, you can see the pearl. On the right, you can just see the edge of the existing office building. Next slide, please. In terms of the materials, we did look at a lot of the existing materials that have been utilized throughout the site. So the main piece here where it says fork and spoon is a white brick material. To the left of that, we have metal panel that we've used elsewhere in the building and also in the retail that was recently renovated in the last few years. There's quite a bit of wood accents throughout the building. Again, we have some of those elements both in the retail and some of the interiors of other buildings, so it felt that it was a nice connection to make. And then again, you can see those outdoor spaces, especially the one on the right side, and that's the one that we envision maybe it could be utilized, could be enclosed to be utilized year-round if it becomes a restaurant tenant. Next slide, please. So this kind of shows that space again. I think it's very welcoming. Hopefully it encourages people to walk and connect and experience the building. But if that becomes a restaurant, hopefully that there's a way to utilize that space year-round as well. Next slide, please. I think in this one you can see, there's quite a bit of grade, so you can see that zone in front that becomes the pedestrian connection point, and then you can see the areas that we are retaining, and there's some steps that keep that grade. And then in terms of the articulation, I think we worked really hard to have movement in the building, so it's not kind of a flat facade as is the case with sort of the older building, the older retail building. That's just to the right of this building. Next slide, please. We do have an existing stormwater, which is the portion that you see, where the trees are. So we see this as a way to create an amenity and a landscape buffer as well. So we're incorporating that into the building. Some of the building movement and the locations obviously take that into effect, but we think it helps the building in terms of decreasing the scale and kind of interacting with what's existing on the site. Next slide, please. Another view, a similar view, I think in here you can really see the grade. You can see the 3 steps that make up that grade from the low point on the bottom left side to the high top on the page right of the building as well. Next slide. One more view, very similar. Next slide, please. And again, we feel really excited about this space. It is obviously roofed now. If we were to enclose it, I think there's a variety of ways to do that with temporary, storefront system that could be, removable, or even, kind of a nanowall system where it could collapse and fold on its own. So there's a few options that we've utilized in past projects that we could see taking effect here. Next slide. Yeah, and I think this kind of shows sort of the grade difference that we were playing with and maintaining kind of the same finished floor throughout, not knowing where tenants might go. That was really important to us. Next slide. So this is the rear of the building. We did get a little bit of feedback from you guys, and we really appreciate that feedback, and we think there's an opportunity to improve that. To the very right of the building is the trash enclosure. We worked really hard to incorporate that into the design of the building. As you can see, it's also roofed. We felt strongly that we didn't want that visible, especially from the high-rise multifamily kind of looking down into this building. So that area is, essentially treated as an extension of the building. Next slide, please. So in the after building, in the proposed, we really want to work with landscaping to get greenery to kind of grow in the back of that building adjacent to the trash enclosure, and also look at some potential to do either art or murals in the back of the building. Again, although it is the back of the building, it is the front door of the office building, so we're very cognizant of making that really attractive, and the same materials that we're using in the front of the building, the brick, the metal panel, do wrap all the way around to the back of the center as well. Next slide. These are the flat elevations, a little bit harder to read, but on the south elevation, you can kind of see how the grade does drop from the page right to page left, and sort of the moves that we were doing to mitigate that and keep a unified floor throughout. Next slide. And then we do have sort of the enlarged materials that we're proposing throughout the building, from the brick to the wood to the metal panels, and so forth. Next slide. And I think lastly, this just shows the mulch trail that we had, that Bill had touched upon a moment ago as well.
Can I just ask, what was the purpose of that mulch trail that now it's being, why was it mulch? Had any special purpose?
Mike Goodman with VICA again. So the idea was to provide, the opportunity for, kind of a designated path that residents could run on if they so choose, that would be a softer material than the concrete. So it was just an additional pedestrian.
And now you're replacing it with grass?
With grass, that's right.
Okay, yeah.
The whole area will be a lawn, so you could just, instead of walking on a path, you walk across the grass wherever you choose. The blue on this slide is the existing hard surface path. So all the facilities remain accessible from that path, even without the mulch path. So that concludes the applicant's presentation. We believe that the application and the testimony presented satisfy the required findings for the approval of the amendment. The applicant does agree with and accepts all the staff recommended conditions, and we ask that you approve the amendment as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I live in Tacoma Park and I've gone through this area a lot. It's amazing how, the tower companies has had a long-term vision for this property and always looking down the road and they do have a long-term plan to redevelop it over time. So that's really great that is the case. And then it's really interesting that you're willing to invest a lot in an interim solution, which also shows your long-term commitment. So thank you so much. I have no other comments or questions. Any of the board members?
I have an insight. I'm very familiar with this shopping center. I used to walk there and drive there when I lived on Summit Hills apartment community on East-West Highway. And my office is located in downtown Silver Spring. And there used to be a Chinese restaurant across the street from where this building is going. And I think District Taco is there now. My concern is that despite the fact that this building is beautiful and that it will allow for more businesses in downtown Silver Spring, is the loss of parking, because the parking with regards to the businesses that are there now, when I go there, especially after 5 p.m., every parking space is usually taken. And then on the weekends, every parking space is usually taken. So my concern is the loss of parking, and considering the testimony from Civic Association, I believe, the woman who spoke today, was there any consideration given to underground parking on this site? I know we're too far along in the process for that, but the loss of parking concerns me for the people who frequent the shopping center, and the actuality that there may be more off-site parking to utilize the shopping that this center provides.
I guess I would say a couple of things in response to that. In the ultimate master plan for the Blairs, there's a great deal of below-grade parking, both below some of the buildings, the public areas, as well as some of the roadway areas. Trying to take advantage of the difference in elevation between the lower escarpment down on Eastern Avenue and what we call the upper escarpment along East-West Highway. There's a lot of change in grade there that would give you access underneath. But on an interim basis, there has not really been. The property is in the parking lot district for Silver Spring. So in theory, there's no need to provide any parking. That obviously doesn't work in reality. But with the county's desire to try to reduce parking and encourage other means of travel, the parking that's provided already is not insignificant relative to what would be required. In terms of whether one can do some additional parking solutions during the interim, I think it's pretty physically difficult given the character of the site where things are built and such. The residents do pay for parking, so it could well be that on the weekends they like to take advantage of the unregulated parking for the grocery store and so on. But I think that's the real answer to where it is. There's no plan in the immediate term for any additional parking, whether underground or above ground and so on. It would all be done as a part of the implementation of the ultimate master plan for the property. Yes.
My concern is, again, the loss of parking and the increase of business that will result in the new tenants being there and the impact it will have on the residents and the tenants that currently exist. And so I just find it interesting that the parking would be taken when there's going to be an increase in services.
Well, I want to remind the board that this is an amendment, this application is an amendment to the existing approved pad site where that issue was considered and such. And so the change is very negligible between that approved plan and the current plan. As you saw in the slides that were shown, the physical area involved has not really changed. That is the exterior pedestrian areas and such around that. So that the difference between the approved plan and this one on that issue is almost non-existent.
When was the prior plan approved?
2017.
Excuse me?
2017.
Okay, thank you.
So is this building still, interim? What you're building, the beautiful design, I really like it. It's very nice. Is that an interim building there? Really?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and probably, I guess that you have calculated for some time that it makes it worthwhile to spend it. So you're eventually in the final design, this could come down and go to the full master plan. But right now, that's what makes sense to put in. It's a beautiful building. I really like what you have done. The architectural pattern that you have done is nice.
Thank you very much.
Just a question about kind of the future context. I don't know if there are any kind of clear answers to this yet, but in terms of realizing the full plan, I know there's a million variables at play, but is there sort of an estimated time period over which you might kind of build out, remove some of these interim sites and conditions and build out the full plan?
I guess the easiest way to answer that is to say the original project plan / master plan for this was approved in, I think, 2013. The world has changed a little bit since then in terms of what timing might have been expected then versus what it might be now, which is part of what I'm sure is driving the thought of these interim conditions to try to, even when we put the green space in originally, it was to try to say that the owner had removed the buildings that were in those areas that were going to be redeveloped. And as preparation for that, created the green space as an interim activity so that the people who are the new residents and the existing residents, as well as the public, would have that as a resource. The office building, the hotel that was approved in the upper escarpment probably have a longer time frame than was thought at the time. The residential, certainly there's been a big push for housing in the county and housing generally. These are very high quality buildings, if you look at the Pearl as the example. And so the feasibility of that changes. So I don't think there is a real good answer that's realistic to say at this point that it's A or B.
Thanks.
That's more or less what I expected. I was just kind of curious if
I
there's any
guess
clear
that,
thinking.
but probably I would add to what Commissioner Linden is asking. Is there anything we could have done to make it possible that you don't go to interim and go to the final master plan? That's I guess that's the bottom line question, that how could we have helped that you didn't feel like that you had to go to interim with no time in mind that when the final comes, is there anything we could have done or the government or in general that we could have helped that you get to your final solution? That's what we need. Not that we don't need that, but that is more priority.
I'll defer to Mohammed if he wishes, but I guess the things that, we could talk about interest rates, we could talk about the economy, we could talk all those kinds of things which are out of your control just as much as ours. Doing the Pearl was a complicated task, and it's done at a level of design and care, attention to detail that, for which the tower companies are, I would say, well-known. It's very environmentally designed, very, very green buildings, platinum type thing. So it's not something that is done, I don't want to say recklessly, but without thought and care and contemplation, so that sometimes it takes longer because they feel it's a better product to support the basis for the level of design and such that they do, and are very attentive to the market so that it'll be successful.
So to add to what Bill was saying, so as you're well aware of, there used to be 4 apartment buildings that we demolished with the plan to build new buildings. One out of the, only one of the Pearl, which was on the pad side F1, was we were able to build. It was kind of a very high-end, sustainable building, but it was a little bit ahead of its time when it was built. So it struggled a bit in the beginning to be leased out because it was kind of its own unique building in that neighborhood. We are fully motivated to build out the master plan as soon as possible as the market will allow it. It doesn't make a lot of sense for us to build buildings that will then stay empty. It's not good for the neighborhood, not good for us, not good for anyone really. So as the market demand will increase for similar buildings, we're fully motivated to build as fast as possible. Of course, interest rates and political will obviously, would help us move forward. And so hopefully in the near future, we continuously look at that site, and we're very proud of that site and of the overall master plan, and we're fully motivated to move ahead. But as the market demands it, we don't want to build a building that stays empty or only half leased.
Great, great, thank you. So we're getting a little backed up here, but thank you for your answers. Yeah, yep, it depends on the market, and so we'll have to. But we're happy you're at least making this commitment to create more economic development in the county. So if there are no other comments and questions, do I have a motion to approve the Blair site plan application number 8/2014-017C, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the site plan application.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. And we're going to go into closed session, so it's item number 8, and then we'll have lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay. So according to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provisions Article 3-305B3, to consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and matters directly related to the acquisition. Topic to be discussed, Upper Paint Branch Stream Valley Park. So do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I'll move that we go into closed session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go into closed session, then have lunch, and come back at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 9, mandatory referral, MR 2024-016, Chaperton's Solar Sugarloaf and Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0220. This is a continuation of the public hearing from September 5th, 2024. This continuation of the public hearing was that was previously held on September 5th, 2024. The applicant agreed to continue at the previous public hearing to better address issues and concerns raised, including filing of a forest conservation plan. Staff is recommending denial of the mandatory referral and the transmittal of the comments to the State of Maryland Public Service Commission, but approving the forest conservation plan. So this afternoon, we have Mark Beal of the planning staff to present this item.
Thank you very much. I think you've summed up my whole thing today. To Mark Beal, for the record, zoning planner for Up County Planning Division. Today I bring to you the Chaperton Solar Sugarloaf continuance. The mandatory referral number is MR 2024016, and the preliminary forest conservation plan F 202502220. As was stated, we had a previous hearing on September 5th of this year. The board voted for a continuance. The applicant agreed to it in order to get time to have the NRI FSD approved, get the forest conservation plan submitted, get fire department access approval, stormwater management concept approval, and have a ag voltaics plan submitted. So this case is going to the PSC, the Public Service Commission, through the CPCN process for a solar project over 2 megawatts and over 200% of what's being consumed on site. The mandatory referral process gives an opportunity for this project to have community input and jurisdiction input before it goes to the PSC. After the staff report, the presentation, and the planning board, recommendation will be submitted to the applicant, the PSC, the county council, and the county exec. And then the county council and county exec will then take the board's recommendation and provide input to the PSC. So the basis for our denial for this, first of all, we're recommending approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan, but then we are recommending denial of the mandatory referral, basically because it is on prime ag soils, class 2 soils, as well as the system is over 2 megawatts, which is max for the zoning. So the property is located at 20,579 Darnestown Road. It's outlined here in the red dashed line. The surrounding property and the subject property are all zoned AR, and the property is about 1 mile south of Dickerson. So as a little zoom in here closer to the property, it's a little over 52 acres. The property is currently being used for an agricultural use. Their project is going to utilize about 19 acres of the overall property. You can see there's an existing forest conservation easement over here with a forest conservation bank. And back in the back, we have trees and a stream, and there is a shared driveway that goes out to Darnestown Road. So the proposed use, again, it's using the shared driveway. They're proposing a 4 megawatt solar system in an open field area. There's a surrounding fence around it, and you can see the fire department access lane here with a cistern for fire suppression. So the applicant is going to be tying into the power grid. I zoomed in this location to show you where they're tying into the actual grid, as opposed to having to go miles down the road. It's right there on site. And then the solar array itself will be installed by a pile-driven system, which will minimize land disturbance. Excuse me. So here we have a soils map. The red line is the outline of the property. The blue line is roughly where the solar array is going to be located, and you can see in the darker yellow color is the category 2 or class 2 soils, and then in the lighter yellow or vanilla color is the class 3 soils. The class 2s are the ones that are prohibited per the zoning ordinance because they're prime ag soils. So noticing was done correctly through our office. The beginning of this week, we actually received over 60 emails in opposition of this application. Concerns were not in conformance with the AR zone. They're not consistent with the ARIS master plan. And the proposed solar array is on the Class 2 soils, which are prohibited in the zoning ordinance. And we also had a concern on using prime soils for this use and then having food security issues down the road if we don't have those areas to grow food. So this property falls within the Preservation of Agricultural and Rural Open Space, or AROS master plan. That master plan is to protect and promote farmland and agricultural uses. Thrive Montgomery 2050 recommends agricultural use as the primary use in the AR zone. It also wants to continue the viability of farming and economical productivity and sustainable activities in the AR zone. The requiring of putting in the ag voltaics will bring it more into conformance to those plans, but it's still not going to be the primary use of a farm. So for Chapter 59, the applicant has provided a ag voltaics plan with the potential of crop production, animal grazing, apiary, or a combination of those items. The applicant is willing to provide safety training for around solar panels, as well as training for farming around solar panels. It's my understanding, reading the plan, that the land will be free to use if they meet certain requirements with the applicant. The staff finds that it's meeting the zoning orders for the most part, except for it is on Class 2 soils, prime ag soils, as well as it's over 2 megawatts. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Josh Penn for the environmental section.
Hello, for the record, Josh Penn, Up County Planning Division. Since we last met, we did get an NRI FSD approved, which is 420250100. It was approved on 9/16, so I guess that was just after the planning board work, just before. There is no proposed impacts to any environmental features on site. There is a submitted forest conservation plan with the project. There's 15.63 acres of forest on site. There is 0 acres of forest clearing and 15.63 acres of forest retention. With this, we did have a clarifying red line for condition 5A of the thing, which relates to the Category 1 easement and the forest. That's why we're doing it now. We've added the line that says, any forest placed into a Category 1 conservation easement outside of the stream valley buffer and above the conservation threshold is eligible for forest banking credits. The final amount of credits will be determined through the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division as part of the Forest Bank Plan. This is just a clarification. This is generally allowed on any plan, but we just wanted to make it ultimately clear in this condition.
Thank you, Josh. So for APF, the applicant now has an approved fire department access plan. As was discussed in the first hearing, the LATR has been met and no frontage improvements are required, and there's no impacts on the schools. The stormwater management concept plan has been submitted with DPS and is being reviewed currently. So staff recommends denial of the mandatory referral be transmitted to Chaperton Solar and the PSC. And the county council and the county exec will receive these comments also to be able to provide input to the PSC. Staff is recommending approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan. Thank you for your time. Staff's here if you have any questions, as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Beal, for your presentation. We have 6 speakers today before we ask the applicant to make any presentation they'd like. So in person, we have Lauren Greenberger, John Snitzer, and K.L. Kide. Can you come on up, please? And then on Teams, we have Douglas Leckhilder, Carolyn Taylor, and Ellen Gordon. So please be prepared when your time comes. We can start with Lauren Greenberger. Welcome. Yes, hello. You have 3 minutes here.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lauren Greenberger, Vice President of Sugarloaf Citizens Association, and I have a small cattle farm in Dickerson near the proposed Shepparton project. I have 2 points to make. On the first, I'll be very brief. Shepparton has gone to great lengths to create an elaborate, if theoretical, agrivoltaics proposal. There is no actual farmer behind this plan, and the bottom line is agrivoltaics or no, this project still breaks Montgomery County zoning law. For me, it is just smoke and mirrors. My real concern, however, is that this project would set a precedent that could undermine the currently strong ag economy of the Ag Reserve. It supports over 10,000 jobs and more than 550 farms with commodity and table crops, fruits and vegetables, and livestock. But 60% of our farms are on leased land. This means that we, as producers, are at the mercy of landowners. Under current county law, because the land is zoned agricultural, the cost of leasing this land is affordable for farming. If you allow this project to go forward, however, this will all change. Let's look at the Shepparton project. This land has been farmed for generations and recently leased to a farmer by the Bouchers. Based on the going rate of $125 about per acre, I would say they've been making about $2,400 a year on that 19 acres. For that exact same land, a solar project will pay them about $47,000. Simply put, this price cuts us off at the knees. A farmer will not only have lost his livelihood, but equally important, we will have lost the food production capacity of that land forever. Remember, 60% of our farmers are on leased land. There's no doubt that many of the landowners who bought that property for agricultural prices would now choose to cancel farming leases and fill their pockets with profits from this industrial production. The landowners get richer, the farmers lose their farms, and the region loses a source of food. I fully support putting solar projects in the Ag Reserve, but not on prime soils. We have plenty of land, over 5,000 acres according to the Department of Agriculture, that are available on subprime soils. Rather than endangering our ag economy, let's create a win-win situation. Please keep our farms strong and add solar projects where we won't be displacing precious agricultural enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I have a point of order. She's with the Sugarloaf Citizen Association, and she was only given 3 minutes to speak. And usually when somebody's representing a civic association or an organization of other concerned citizens, they get 6 minutes to speak. And I
That's
just
my
threw
fault.
three.
She,
Okay.
I
It's my
believe,
fault.
if you sign up as an individual, which I believe
I did,
you get 3 minutes.
right. So it was my fault.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out and make sure that we were, you know, following our own rules
No,
since she identified herself as Citizen
No.
Sugarloaf Association.
We
Thanks.
want to follow our own rules, and we also receive your written testimony too, so thank you. Great. Okay, next, and thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Bartley. John Snitzer.
Hello. Hello. I'm John Snitzer. I live in Dickerson, Maryland, about 5,400 feet north of the proposed project, and I support the project for 3 reasons. First, to address the problems of climate change. That's not really been much discussed in the process, but climate change is the existential threat to the world that we live in. It's been well understood since the 1980s, and it's going to be devastating. Ecosystems are being destroyed. Species extinction rates are between 100 and 1,000 times above background levels. Stable weather patterns that humans have relied on for 10,000 years are changing. The people in Los Angeles could explain the impact of that. The predictions of climate change are now well supported by decades of data. It's also well understood that replacing fossil fuel generation with renewable energy is one of the most effective tools for fighting climate change. I think project is an excellent example, and I'm a proponent of the idea of David Brower's that we think globally and act locally. I think the interest in protecting farmland in Dickerson is well-intentioned, but is clearly thinking locally. What good does it do to protect a few tens of acres of farmland in Dickerson when changing weather patterns, sea level rise, and saltwater intrusion threaten tens of thousands of acres of farmland elsewhere? From a paper in Nature Sustainability from July of 2023, quote, our results show that between 2011 and 2017, visible salt patches almost doubled and 8,096 hectares of farmland converted to marsh. This was in the Delmarva Peninsula, so it didn't even include the west bank of the Chesapeake Bay. That's 20,000 acres. And it seems clear to me that replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy is crucial, and that this project built here is a good idea. Second, I'd like to speak to the low environmental risk of solar generation. My neighbors have expressed concerns about the environmental and health risks. I can speak from experience here. We installed a small solar array on our house several years ago when the ZTA process began because we were interested in solar generation. We put in a larger system 2 years ago, and I can report the environmental effects we've observed are zero. There's no smokestack emissions, no noise, no chemicals, no toxic runoff. If a hailstorm or a falling tree were to break our panels, we would clean up the broken glass and put in new panels. We filter our runoff through rain gardens and meadows, and there is no observable environmental impact. In the meantime, we've made about 75 megawatt hours of clean electric power. And like the Chaberton project, if we decide for some reason to stop making solar power, everything can be removed. Everything could be taken away and the Boucher's property could be restored to cropland. Finally, income inequality in this country is a big issue. Generations of people are having trouble buying houses or paying for health care. The cost of a dozen eggs was a big issue in the last election. A project like this that will provide low-cost power to hundreds of households seems like a no-brainer. Of course, we should have projects like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schnitzer. The next is K.L. Kyle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Curry Kide. I've lived at 22315 Nicholson Farm Road in Dickerson within the Ag Reserve for almost 40 years. I'm here in strong support of the Chaberton Sugarloaf Solar Project. It's clear as a matter of state law that the final decision of whether to go ahead with this project rests not with the County Planning Board, but with the State Public Service Commission. It would certainly be beneficial if the PSC could approve this application with the full support of the local jurisdiction. As I understand it, the primary objections being raised to this project are that the project's larger than the arrays permitted in the Ag Reserve by county ordinance, and that it will be built partially on Class 2 soils. I believe the opposition to this project is short-sighted. We know that 2024 shattered record after record as the hottest year ever. We know that wildfires, hurricanes, flooding, power outages, cases of insect-borne diseases were recorded at dangerously high frequencies. We know that the inability of the human body to handle extreme heat means more deaths, in particular in the global south. Climate researchers examined 29 extreme weather events last year that killed 3,700 people and displaced millions, and found that 26 of them had clear links to climate change. We know that rapid, distributed, carbon-neutral electrification of the housing and transportation sectors is key to reducing carbon emissions and therefore reining in the warming of the planet. Maryland uses 5 times the amount of power that it produces annually. A bit over 10% of that is renewable, and the largest portion of that comes from the hydro at Conowingo. We're adding solar and wind power at a respectable clip. MEA's community solar list shows at the end of 2024, almost 80 megawatts of power being produced on farms online now, and another 50 megawatts under construction. But they're mostly in Baltimore and Prince George's County. They're not here. Maryland and Montgomery County have been recognized as environmental leaders for decades, but we are not living up to our reputations or our values. The Sugarloaf Solar Field is a low-impact, high-benefit project. Can't be seen from the road, 2 or 3 adjacent landowners might be able to see the array during leaf-off conditions. It won't make noise, it won't produce light pollution, it won't increase traffic. The 20 farmable acres it removes from production is a pittance compared to what's coming in arable land losses, and it's a fraction of the allowed 1,800 acres of solar permitted in the ag reserve by the ZTA. 40% of the power goes to LMI households. There will be accompanying activity, agricultural activity, for which the farmer will get paid. The landowners are creating, right now, forest conservation for submission into the banking system. I have great respect for my neighbors' desires to protect and defend the ag reserve from any encroachment. Just a couple sentences more. I was part of the SCA team for years, but this issue is the one that has divided me from the people I used to fight alongside. In protecting a way of life for predominantly white, predominantly wealthy, and predominantly educated people, opposition to the Sugarloaf project will deny hundreds of households access to less expensive, low-carbon electricity. We are not going to meet our county and state carbon-free energy goals, much less keep the planet safely habitable for humans long-term, if every renewable project is fought tooth and nail. I strongly urge the Planning Board to report favorably on this project to the PSC, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll go now to our online presenters. First is Doug Lechhilder. He's
Good
from the Maryland County Farm Bureau, so you get 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Harris and distinguished board. My name is Doug Lechhilder. I am a 5th-generation farmer in Laytonsville. I farm soybeans, wheat, corn, and natural grass along with my wife and son. I'm here today representing Montgomery County Farm Bureau. Montgomery County Farm Bureau is a not-for-profit organization formed in 1923, represented by 256 farms and ag businesses. Montgomery County Farm Bureau supports planning staff recommendations for denial of the mandatory referral Chaberton Sugarloaf Solar Project. I will waste no time explaining to you the zoning in the AR zone. It's your charge to understand it. The AR zone has been successful and the envy of the country in no small part because of Montgomery County's special attention to zoning. 583 farms in the county remain viable due to restrictive zoning in favor of agricultural uses in the AR and has served to maintain the economics of farming in Montgomery County by keeping land values reasonable and property taxes low. Since the AR's inception in 1980, total farm product sales in Montgomery County have increased from 25 to 281 million, inclusive of horticulture and equine. Montgomery County has 330 farms that produce table food crops for direct human consumption, and a high percentage of farms selling directly to consumers. Montgomery County ranks #1 in the state for total acres planted in berries. Corn, wheat, and soybean are the top crops in acreage. Maryland is a deficit state, meaning we must import all three. I have heard many times that this is not human food, and this is not entirely correct. Corn goes to livestock feed, beef, pork, chickens, and dairy, livestock for human consumption, a human protein source. Wheat, human consumption, bread, pasta, crackers, cookies, cakes, and breakfast cereals. Soybeans, high protein human consumption. Sod, even sod, is very instrumental in protecting the bay. It is instant sediment control. When President Biden spoke at the Key Bridge collapse, he stood on Maryland installed sod that was installed that very morning. Montgomery County commodity crop production meets or exceeds the national per acre average due in no small part to the innovation of the Montgomery County farmer. Montgomery County's close proximity to the bay has helped to spur this innovation. No-till farming, one of the first counties in the nation to use it. Adding cover crops and strip farming improves soil and sequesters carbon, reducing sediment runoff up to 99%. Prescription fertilizer applications, we only apply what the plant can use. Montgomery County ranks third in the nation for easement acres. Over 75% of the 93,000 acre AR is preserved through TDR or easement purchase initiatives. Farming is alive and well in the AR. If permitted, commercial solar, even on a relatively small scale, will undermine the economics of farming in the AR by creating an imbalance, causing farms to compete with a commercial business. I have a cell tower on my farm. It is not part of the farming operation. It is taxed at a commercial rate because that's what it is. It helps my bank account, but it's not part of farming. Solar is not farming. It is an affront to farmers to call a solar array a solar farm. Agrovoltaics is a euphemistic way of calling commercial solar farming. Most of these solar entities end up compensating their proprietor to maintain around the solar array due to the unprofitable nature of the venture. As you are aware, by your careful study of this subject, your staff could not give you examples of success in this new experiment. Do not confuse the two. Farming is farming, solar is solar. The most efficient and profitable way for both to exist is to be separate. ZP 2001 was carefully crafted legislation designed to allow solar while protecting class 1 and 2 soils. This CTA was a long, over 1 year legislative community effort to allow solar in the AR zone and a way to allow farming to continue on the most productive soil. Class 3 and greater soils are allowed for solar. Many thousands of acres of class 3 soils are farmed. I personally have a farm in Damascus that has been cropped several lifetimes, and it's all class 3 soils. Montgomery County Farm Bureau is not opposed to solar. Under current local zoning, solar will be welcomed in the reserve and coexist with farming. We ask that this Montgomery County Planning Board follow Montgomery County's carefully crafted local zoning and vote for denial of the mandatory referral to Chaverton Sugarloaf Solar Project. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Caroline Taylor with the Montgomery County Alliance, Countrywide Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris, and thank you to the board and staff. For the record, I'm Caroline Taylor from Montgomery Countryside Alliance. We represent throughout the county and into DC and neighboring counties about 9,000 members and supporters. We are home of the Land Link program, which advances new and expanding farm operations from diverse producers in the reserve in our rural zones. We are also home to the Good Gift program, which aims to protect our groundwater aquifer, Good Fences program, which helps to defray costs for farms growing for community members in need, and Relief Montgomery, which plants trees through our partnership with planning through fee and lieu funds for new native forests in stream corridors within the reserve. We understand that the mandatory referral process is an opportunity for the board to comment on a matter before another agency in terms of whether it conforms to the master plan and the county's general principles and zoning. In this process, the board should reaffirm its commitment to both the AR master plan and zoning provisions that have been established through significant collaborative effort and public participation. We've reviewed the material submitted by the applicant with regard to agrivoltaics. We remain opposed to the project at its scale, 4 megawatts, and location on class 2 soils, both of which do not adhere to county zoning code. We support the staff recommendation to forward a call for denial. I do want to clarify in the staff comments at the beginning of this hearing, class 3 soil is also a prime soil, and I think Mr. Lechleiter pointed out that much of our farming takes place on class 3 and above soils. The applicant has shared a RFP that provides for the possibility of limited agricultural activity on the industrial site. Limited forms of agriculture that are not incompatible with the solar panels might be permitted by a solar operator under strict conditions, including insurance against damage to their primary use, which is not agriculture. This inverts the basic purpose and policy of the reserve by making agriculture accessory to energy industry. The conditions required of the applicants for planting, sheep grazing, beekeeping around in 7-foot strips between panels makes doing so sufficiently unattractive to allow the company to say that they've given it a go, but it may not work. So, well, we tried. The Chaverton project is in effect a zoning change, which the principal use is industrial. To be clear, MCA and colleagues have pressed for local pilot study to determine whether agrivoltaics can meaningfully be deployed in our growing circumstances. Thus far, such studies have not been undertaken, and agrivoltaics remains aspirational at best. Moreover, and this really needs to be underscored, Montgomery County has made provision for solar within all zones, including the reserve. Chaverton has a project moving forward outside the reserve that follows code. MCA will continue to support projects that advance our important goals that will move us to carbon neutral, preserve our natural resources, and provide for a resilient local food system. And now, if you'll give me the grace to slightly deviate, because today is a national day of mourning in tribute to President Carter, I want to give note of my family's personal experience with that administration through my father, George H.R. Taylor, who was an architect of the Occupational Safety and Health Act. During the Carter administration, between the years of 1977 and 1981, Eula Bingham was director of OSHA. And through her work and my father's work and his colleagues, special important safety standards were put in place to protect the American workers from substances such as benzene, arsenic, and lead. Our former president was unheralded for such things, and I want to give a moment of respect for his tenure as president and for the work of the people in his administration to ensure that our workers were protected in this country, and I thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next, the last speaker is Ellen Gordon. Ms. Gordon, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Gordon. I live in Dickerson in the Ag Reserve and have for 36 years. I'm retired, but I used to analyze and write about environmental issues, including climate change. I grow fruits and veggies and I have livestock. I was feeding them this morning and looking at all that snow and thinking, oh, blessed moisture for the pasture soil, our precious soil. So I have a farm, but I am not a farmer because I don't know the first thing about farming as a business. I don't know how to make a living growing and raising things. And with all due respect, neither do you, nor do the applicants. And yet, you, the planning board, are apparently considering approving an application that contravenes a county law, a ZTA 2001, a county law that was passed with enormous community involvement, a county law that had farmers at the table, farm organizations, environmental advocates, civic groups, all sorts of concerned citizens, lots of county staff, solar evangelists, done over months and months, hundreds of hours, maybe thousands of hours, in order to hammer out this compromise. And a compromise that allows and encourages solar appropriately in the Ag Reserve and considers the importance of farming. And yet, it appears that you are considering ignoring the law. And as a longtime resident of the county, you're our planning board. I'm just gobsmacked that you're considering contravening the law. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for coming. It's always important to getting testimony from stakeholders, and so we really appreciate that. So next we'll have the applicant come up and make any presentation that they have before the board deliberates on this.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Françoise Carrier. I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant Chaberton Energy. Happy to be here today. I'm accompanied by Chaberton's Chief Operating Officer, Michael Doniger, and Miles Braxton, who is one of the authors of the agrivoltaics report that we submitted, as well as the property owners, Charlotte and Douglas Boucher. I wanted to thank staff for their work on this project. They've spent a lot of time analyzing this project in light of the county's dual priorities of preserving the opportunity for agriculture in the Ag Reserve and promoting solar energy. At the September hearing, the Planning Board deferred this mandatory referral for principally two reasons. First, the Forest Conservation Plan was not ready for your approval. Secondly, there was really a need for more information about Chaberton's intentions and commitment to agrivoltaics. We're back today, and the Forest Conservation Plan has the staff's recommendation for approval, and we've also submitted extensive information into the record on agrivoltaics. That's going to be supplemented today by a presentation that Mr. Braxton will give you to put a little more flavor on that report that you received. I wanted to correct one misstatement in the staff report. There's a sentence on page 3 that says that the Public Service Commission has the authority to overrule local zoning if it finds that the jurisdiction has in effect banned solar. It implies that that's the only circumstance under which the PSC can approve a solar project over the recommendation, the negative recommendation of a local jurisdiction. And that's not the case. The Maryland courts have found that the state has clearly preempted local zoning with regard to siting of solar projects. And the PSC has the authority to approve a solar project where it finds it meets the public convenience and necessity after giving due consideration to the recommendations of a local jurisdiction. So it's a broader authority than that particular sentence in the staff report suggests. At the risk of repeating some things that I said in September, I just wanted to say on the record again that Chaberton definitely supports the idea that the Ag Reserve is an outstanding model of farmland protection and views its proposed solar and agrivoltaics project as a way to help meet the county's need for sustainable energy while providing opportunities for continued agricultural use and potential income to farmers and other Ag Reserve landowners. The county adopted very constrained zoning for solar production about 2.5 years ago. The extremely small number of projects that were even proposed in that period demonstrates that the solar industry finds it's very challenging to site solar projects in the Ag Reserve within those restrictions. The council decided in that ZTA that the Ag Reserve could sustain up to 1,800 acres of solar projects. Solar will never come close to that number of acres with a prohibition on solar on Class 2 soils, which are ubiquitous in the Ag Reserve. It's a question whether it can approach that number just based on the capacity of the power transmission lines. But that's a separate issue over which the county really has no control. Supporting solar generating projects in the Ag Reserve is an opportunity for Montgomery County to, again, be at the forefront of innovation in farmland preservation. The county has given the country a prime model for farmland preservation and now has the opportunity to show how sustainable solar power generation goals can be incorporated in a way that retains meaningful agricultural activity and contributes to multiple public policy goals. That's all I wanted to say just to start us off, and I'd like to introduce Douglas Boucher, who would like to say a few words on behalf of the property owners.
Thank you very much, Françoise. My name is Doug Boucher. I'm a co-owner of the farm in question, together with my wife, Charlotte, who's sitting behind me, and eventually, as we pass on, it will go to our daughter, Ellen Boucher, who is also sitting here behind me. You all heard me speak in September for several minutes, and I don't think you want to hear me repeat all the same points again. So I'll limit myself to just making 2 points where something has happened, or more importantly, has not happened since last September. What has happened, and I want to be very appreciative for this, is that the Forest Conservation Plan has been submitted, and the details have been worked out, particularly by Françoise and by Patrick Butler of the Planning Board staff, on exactly how that would fit into the Forest Mitigation Bank program of Montgomery County, and which acres would be eligible and which acres would not be eligible for inclusion in the Forest Mitigation Bank. We have already worked with the county on forest mitigation. The existing forest conservation easement is part of that Forest Mitigation Bank project, and so we look forward to continuing that with the additional forest that is in question on the same property. Unfortunately, I can't report that anything has changed in terms of the approval of projects under Montgomery County's ZTA 2001. At that time, I mentioned to you that we had gone 3.5 years and there were only 2 projects that had been approved. It's now 4 years and there's still only 2 projects that have been approved under ZTA 2001. So one can say, well, theoretically, this could have lots and lots of projects. There's lots of acres in it. That may be theoretically true, but the reality is that has not happened and is very unlikely to happen. And even if it did, if it happened at the same rate that projects have been submitted and approved, it would only take 300 years before we reach the 1,800 acre limit. So I think we have to recognize that although we hear a lot about the ZTA being very successful, in reality it just hasn't worked. 2 projects in 4 years cannot be considered a success. So that's really all I have to say, and I look forward to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher. I left out a very important conclusion to my remarks, which is that the applicant requests a decision today. We would love to see that be a recommendation to the planning board to support this project. If you feel that your legal obligation is to recommend denial, of course, that is what you'll need to do. But the way you do that makes all the difference in the world. So we hope that you will take action today based on everything you're going to hear. I'm going to turn it over to Michael Doniger, who will start Shepperton's presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you again for your time here this afternoon. My name is Michael Doniger, Chief Operating Officer and co-founder at Shepperton Energy. Again, thank you for your time on September 5th and the engaged conversation that we had then. I want to thank the staff for all their engagement over the past several years, but particularly over the more recent time periods, and for championing the preservation of the agricultural reserve of Montgomery County. And finally, also specifically, a thank you to the Office of Agriculture, who several representatives are here here in the room with us today, for sharing their local knowledge and their expertise, and frankly, for being very direct with us. It's very helpful. A colleague mentioned to me recently that on an individual basis, we see our own intentions, but others can only see actions. On September 5th, you challenged us to take actions to ensure that there is a real chance for agriculture to coexist with this project as we move forward. My intent today is to describe actions we've taken since that meeting we had in September, as well as what we have planned for the future. The actions we've taken since September 5th could not have happened without the result of the foundational work that we've been doing over the past several years. As an aside, you may remember Shepperton is founded here and headquartered in Rockville, and in next month we celebrate our 5th year in business. And this project is one of the very first projects that we signed in 2020. When I spoke in September, I felt I had a pretty good idea based on the previous work we had done up till that time of what I meant when we said we had committed to agrivoltaics under the CPCN process with the PSC. In fact, this is the second project that we committed to in that process, in the state process, to incorporate agrivoltaics or agriculture into alongside of solar. We now have 3 of those projects with more planned on the way in the state process. You pushed us again to clearly demonstrate what we meant, to take action, and we're stronger today. We have a stronger plan today because of that. And more importantly, we can now explain concretely how we intend to incorporate agriculture alongside solar on this project. Within a week of the meeting we had in September, we finalized selection of Oakavate. I'll be introducing Miles here in a moment as our agrivoltaics partner. And shortly thereafter, commissioned their analysis, which you now have on the record, of the 2 sites we have in Montgomery County, along with other projects across the state. As background, we had started that process of identifying our agricultural partner in the spring of 2024, almost a year ago. We initially cast our net very wide, talking with many firms that are involved in various aspects of agriculture and combining agriculture with solar activities across the country. We had then narrowed that list to a short list, and coming out of the September 5th meeting, made our selection. Oakavate was our clear choice based on their scientific approach in partnership with Fundasol out of Stanford, their ability to analyze the full range of agricultural solutions that are compatible with solar activities, and their in-house understanding of solar development. In a moment, Miles will share more about the report and be available for questions as well. Oakavate completed their analysis in late October. We then solicited external review of that analysis to validate its conclusions, including a meeting jointly, facilitating a meeting jointly between Oakavate and Montgomery County's Office of Agriculture on November 8th to present their findings and obtain further input with that local knowledge. Next, we developed the draft request for proposal, which is also before you on the record, for farmers, which we have submitted together with our report at the end of November, as we had indicated we would do on September 5th. Currently, we are soliciting and have received quite a bit of feedback, both positive and constructive, on the draft RFP. To just give you a sense of who we have conducted outreach to and the responses, we have conducted outreach with 4 beekeeping associations, with several responses of interested beekeepers who might be interested to participate alongside of the solar activity. We have conducted outreach via University of Maryland's extension to 27 farmers, again with several letters of or indications of interest returned, and 5 companies that are interested in grazing activities alongside the solar. And finally, we, through the Montgomery County Office of Ag, have published to the local Montgomery County farmers farming community and have received 4 responses of interest. At this point, I'd like to ask Miles to discuss the analytical work Oakavate has completed, and then I'll proceed to describe the next steps that we have planned.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the intro. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Really humbled to be here. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Oakavate Sustainable Energy Incorporated. We founded Oakavate Sustainable Energy because we wanted to provide a solar solution that protects and enhances the agriculture that it sits on instead of removing that agriculture. I sit on the board of directors at Jack's Solar Garden, a 1.2 megawatt solar farm, and agriculture creates an economic abundance and resilience for a community-supported agriculture group there, Sprout City Farms, and the local community. And witnessing these successes, we know that solar and agriculture can exist. While our team has a ton of solar development experience and agricultural experience and sustainable land use experience, what makes us unique is our attention, and a core part of our team is rooted in agriculture. We only focus on agrivoltaic arrays. We don't develop anything else. We don't work on anything else. All we do is agrivoltaics. Jort Becking, our Chief Agricultural Officer, grew up on a small farm and single-handedly witnessed the economic struggles of his grandparents and parents maintaining that farm. He studied at Wageningen University, the world's largest agricultural research institution, and obtained his master's from Yale School of Environment, focusing on the combination of agriculture and energy to bring economic solutions to rural farms across the country. He brings a deep understanding of agricultural challenges faced by farming families today. Our DNA doesn't align with the simple solar development approach that you see in the state. We want to accelerate a model that puts the farmer first and promotes land access. That's what we're about. Chaberton is the epitome of a company taking value from the developer and giving it back to landowners and farmers. That's what we represent. That's what we're about. We're not in the business of telling farmers how to farm or even prescribing parameters in which they can farm. We're in the business of providing dual revenue streams to landowners and maintaining Maryland's agricultural abundance while the state has incentivized more solar, not us. Our goal with the Sugarloaf project is to protect the innovative agricultural reserve for agricultural production and from any development that fallows farmland, not just solar. I'll get into a little bit of our methodology and analysis of the Sugarloaf land and kind of what encompassed the report. So Chaberton came to us with a couple projects they were interested in seeing the viability of agrivoltaics on, one being Sugarloaf. First, we assessed the soil quality, the acidity, the soil drainage, the soil erosion risk, the general climate at Sugarloaf site. We reviewed everything from a fresh perspective despite having access to all of Chaberton's environmental permitting documents. We analyzed all agricultural options on site, including crop production, livestock grazing, apiaries plus pollinators. The report was led by our chief agricultural officer, and we tapped a Stanford and Carnegie Mellon-backed agrivoltaic modeling team called Fundisol. We used some of their advanced thermal, irradiance, WOFOS, and simple modeling tools to give us insights into how the changes in the microclimate factors created by the system empirically affects crop growth and grass daily production on site. Diving into a bit of the three different categories we analyzed. First, let's start with crop production. We modeled a variety of common Maryland crops to evaluate their performance, their profitability, and their feasibility in the current design. While our deep analysis found some top-performing crops, we know Maryland fruit and veggie farmers have their own requirements for maximizing efficiency of yields and harvests. We know that the increased humidity the microclimate creates may not be attractive for farming certain crops like lettuce, tomatoes, potatoes. We show comparable yields from crop to crop as a theoretical example of what could potentially perform the best, not necessarily what will. Whoever will farm that site will know a lot more about their historical crop performance and sale rates than anything we can try and put in a report. Instead of Okavate proclaiming crop farming can be done because of our computer analysis and soil tests, we're relying on innovative local farmers to propose what can actually be done on site. Crop farmers would be paid a fee to utilize the land, given the obvious constraints of versus an open piece of land. On the livestock grazing side, we use several different models from University of Maryland Extension Program livestock grazing profitability tools and collaborated with their researchers at several twilight tours across Prince George's County and the Eastern Shore. We were able to calculate a base profit of around $580 per acre to sheep farmers using their flocks to graze at Sugarloaf based on the stocking density of grasses modeled there. Grazers would be paid a fee for the land access on the site, utilizing the land on the site. Lastly, we looked at a combination of apiaries and pollinators. Through research of other operating apiary plus pollinator solar farms, there are quite a few in Virginia. We found beehive installation to be a viable solution as well. Due to the shading of the panels on top of the pollinator habitats in Maryland's hot summers, the consistency and diversity of nectar from the plants is much more abundant. Additionally, the panels offer shelter from wind and rain and other extreme forms of weather, further enhancing that habitat suitability for pollinators. The abundant forage created in this environment increases bee activity, creates stronger colonies and yields more honeys. Apiaries involved with these projects would be compensated for utilizing the land. We needed to synthesize all of this baseline data to prove that all of these options are doable on site, not that we expect farmers to farm a certain way or farm a certain crop that's mentioned in the report. We use lower spectrums of the national USDA crop sale rates, lower spectrums of grazing production profitability, and average local raw honey sale rates, and still found all three mechanisms of crop production, livestock grazing, and apiaries plus pollinators to be profitable solutions for farmers that would also be compensated for farming the land. Instead of prescribing these forms of agrivoltaics for the site, we recommended to empower farmers to provide their own proposals to farm the land to preserve maximum flexibility for agriculture on site. We want to incentivize farmers to get involved with these processes early on so we can take all feedback in consideration and make tangible changes where we can. Montgomery County farmers know Montgomery County agricultural land the best, and the solutions that they offer will be far more implementable and valuable than anything Oakavate can put in a report. This is a baseline using every piece of publicly available data to show that, hey, we can do this. So in conclusion, all of these are reasons why we put together this draft RFP and have collected a lot of constructive input from farmers in the county already. Thanks to Mike Scheffel and team at the Montgomery County Agricultural Office. It's an opportunity for Montgomery County and the state of Maryland to again lead in agricultural innovation. We look forward to the future of innovation and collaboration to bring land access.
I think we might have a question.
Appreciate presentation, but could you maybe shorten it a bit here? I mean, yes.
Sure.
Okay.
And one more sentence, and I'll pass it back to Mike here. We urge the planning board to approve of this project and support sustainable future for Montgomery County, protecting the ag reserve for ag production and furthering its innovative approach to land conservation. We're relying on you to be the innovators and allow innovation in the state and in the county.
Thanks, Miles. I appreciate. I'll finish up fairly expeditiously here. As I mentioned earlier, I just want to talk about the next steps. So for context, armed with the analysis from Oakavate, we collaborated with Oakavate on the draft RFP, which you have on file. I want to say it's important to note that RFP is intentionally in draft form at this stage, and with the help of the feedback we've already received, we've identified several areas we plan to adjust. For instance, we'll clarify that we intend to pay market rate for grazing if that solution is selected, and that we'll install an 8-foot tall fence to prevent deer from entering in case crop solutions are selected. We see this meeting today also as an important part of the feedback process, and next we plan to meet with the state agencies, Maryland Department of Agriculture, DNR, et cetera, later this month to obtain their feedback as well, given that they will ultimately have the approval authority over the agrivoltaics plan for the project as it proceeds under the CPCN process. The purpose of the RFP is to demonstrate our process for selecting farming partners over time and to select, if needed, new farming partners as may be needed over the life of the project. This has the advantage of flexibility. If a certain approach does not work, another approach can be tried. We purposely structured the RFP to allow for both proven agrivoltaic or farming with solar solutions, as well as the opportunity for this project to be exactly the pilot facility the MCA mentioned earlier that they are looking for. And we have several ideas mentioned in the RFP of how that might be able to, how this facility might do that. I also want to acknowledge that there are some who have provided feedback. We continue to miss the mark. The design of the project is not ideal. In fact, we agree. From what we now know, in the future, we have ideas on how to further design projects with Oakavate's help that flip the equation, right? We started this project to incorporate farming with solar. We now have a vision for future projects where we can do solar with farming. By this, I mean that we would start with the operating farm, maintaining its current core farming function intact, and layer on meaningful solar to achieve our climate and other energy sustainability goals, and minimally disturbing their farming activities. To be clear, we're not ready to propose a project of that nature today, and in fact, Mr. Boucher in September described very eloquently why this particular property is not suited for that type of project. Nor to my knowledge does such a project really exist at scale in the US, and I know for certain it does not exist in Maryland. However, this project can be a strong step in that direction and help the county continue to be on the forefront of innovation in agriculture and in solar. For that reason, we request, given the constraints incumbent on the board, as Francois indicated earlier, most likely the best solution for us today is for your recommendations incumbent with a decision, but with your recommendations that if it was to move forward under the state process, what recommendations you would like to see on the project. And with that, I conclude my presentation and available for questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And do we have well, I'd like to take questions and comments from the board. But just want to kick it off with one thing. So one of the, from some of the written testimony, there was one that said that, that this isn't community solar and that the residents of Montgomery County would not benefit from this power. Is that true? Who benefits from the power that's generated on the Chaperton Sugarloaf Solar?
Absolutely. So the subscribers in the community solar system need to be in the same utility, under the same utility. So in this case, it's Potomac Edison. So down counties here, we're in PEPCO, but the subscribers in Potomac Edison, in the agri-reserve in particular, are the primary subscribers and beneficiaries of the project.
Okay. Yep. It definitely has a environmental benefit, but and those residents live where?
I'm sorry, sir?
Where do those residents live? Potomac, whatever you said.
In Montgomery County, anyone who has Potomac Edison as their utility.
So there are areas of the county, chiefly the northern and western parts of the county, where people have Potomac Edison power.
So the residents in those areas of Montgomery, so Montgomery County residents will still benefit from
Yes.
this. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, board members, you can go for it and I'll come after you, okay?
Okay, this is tough. Just tell you that I am one of the supporters of the solar system, okay? And I truly support clean energy. At the same time, I'm one of the supporters of Ag-Reserve. I think that when in 1980 the Ag-Reserve was established, it was genius. It was something that changed Montgomery County, okay? And it has been exemplary, and we have been a pioneer in that regard. I do understand that we may find it hard to see where we're going to put the solar, but we could incentivize in many locations to have solar. We could get government buildings to have solar. We could get the parking lots to have solar. And one of the largest places is that if we incentivize our residential properties, that they put solar. Many countries right now, every single residential has solar system, many in Europe and in other countries, and that's how they use it. We are not there yet. I have a very hard time to see that we are going against our zoning in Ag-Reserve. I just cannot bring myself to something that has had a lot of detailed discussions with the county council, and it did many discussions and participations with public, and then they came with some kind of compromise and agreement that to what extent we allow solar in Ag-Reserve. So we have a zoning and we have some kind of a standard by our own county council for zoning. And I just cannot bring myself to go against that. As much as solar is important, we need to eat. Agriculture is extremely important for our county, and we don't have enough of it. my worry, well, we may say that this is just a small farm. This is not going to bring us, we still have 1,800 and we are not even there. To your discussion that we have had not that many, the requirements are very hard, then restart the discussion. Restart and change the zoning. As one of our commissioners, we are sitting here as commissioners, we have to follow master plan and zoning requirements. If that needs to be changed, a recommendation should be given to the county council, the public hearing should be set, and then that recommendation in conjunction with input from all the community representative, then they reopen and change the zoning. Now, we are putting this in a class 2 that is a prime for agriculture. And we are also going against over 2 megawatt that our zoning doesn't allow. So as much as I support the solar, I'm not supporting this project, and I'm supporting a staff recommendation to deny this request and make that recommendation. And I'm asking our commissioners, fellow commissioners, to follow our zoning requirements and respect our ag reserve.
All right, thank you. Let me, I'll follow you. So I am happy to see since the last time we were here that you submitted Chair, our RIFSD and your forest conservation plan, the staff is recommending approval. That's a good step forward. And then also that you apply for your stormwater management, your stormwater concept plan and working with DPS to get that approved. I'm also happy that you're committed to using agrivoltaics and you prepared an agrivoltaics plan that you discussed, and you've been working with the Office of Ag on that plan. It's all good, positive things to move forward. However, because the project is primarily on Class 2 soils, I agree with Commissioner Pettit that the staff's position is to deny. I agree with the staff's position to deny mandatory referral. But that being said, whether the board agrees to deny or recommends approval, under state law, the Public Service Commission has ultimate authority over this, given the proposed scale of the project. I recommend that we convey to the Public Service Commission the importance of agrivoltaics in all solar projects in Montgomery County and request that they make that condition on their approval of any solar project cited in the county, not only in the ag reserve, but cited in the county. I will say, though, the world has changed somewhat since when the zoning ordinance was approved. The energy issue, it's not going away. It's only getting worse as we read about the data centers that are generally proposed for this area and other areas, and because we want more clean energy and because of the increased use of electric vehicles, the problem is only going to get worse. So we have to come up with a solution, right? But we don't want the first go-to is always in the ag reserve. The state has made it clear that it has a mounting energy production crisis. It's a mounting energy production crisis, and Ms. Kitt said earlier, we currently consume 5 times more energy than we produce. That's a big issue. And the state has set renewable energy goals of 50% by 2030, and 14.5% of our electricity must come from solar by 2028. So, I think the county is working with the state to meet its share of these goals. So it's an issue. It's a big issue. So my recommendation is that the county convenes key stakeholders to review any additional steps or actions we collectively can take to ensure that we are supporting renewable energy efforts in Montgomery County moving forward, right? We've got to do something about this problem while balancing other priorities like including preservation of the ag reserve, right? They have to go together. So I think my end goal, I believe the end goal is to develop a county plan on how and where we meet the energy production goals, right? And I feel, yes, we need to go back to the state, the county, to the ag reserve. There has to be some collective decision how we can move projects forward and meet the goals. I mean, if, for example, don't all have to be met in the agri-grove. It could be on other places. It could be other county-owned land. Could be other places. But I know we have a big problem. So 2 megawatt installations just don't make it to create enough energy to meet our goals. So that's where I am on this. I deny because of Class 2 soils, but I also say that we have to come up with a plan to move this forward. Though, as I said, under state law, the Public Service Commission has ultimate authority, but that's why I also recommend that in our recommendations that we say, yep, it's great to use agrivoltaics, but I also agree that we should also make a recommendation to the county council, county exec, and others that we come together and figure out a way to have to solve this issue. So that's where I am.
I want to add a couple of things. First and foremost, 2024 was the hottest year on record. So was 2023 before that, so was 22 before that, so was 2021 before that. I'm really tired of empty support for environmental issues. I would suggest strongly that in our comments to the Public Service Commission and that we send along, as you said at the end of that, Chair, that we revisit the ZTA. 2 megawatts isn't going to get it done. 4 megawatts is a feature, not a bug, as far as I'm concerned. This is where the rubber meets the road on environmental issues within the county and within the nation as a whole. LA's on fire. Helene destroyed a decent chunk of the southeast. My parents live in Texas, and it was over 100 degrees for 100 days straight in a row this last year. The ground is cracking. There's no water. If we're going to deal with environmentalists, or if we have a climate action plan for the county, which we do, which we are not going to meet because it requires an 80% reduction in the next 2 years, which we're not going to meet with 4 megawatt solar, much less anything else, much less not putting in 4 megawatt solar. I strongly support the approval of this project overall. We need this project, and we need 100 more just like it. Within the county and across the country, we need thousands of them. I think we should do that. The Public Service Commission should approve the project. I would suggest, and I would put an addendum to any thing that we have for approval, that we contact the county council and have them revisit the CTA. 2 megawatts and the Class 2 and Class 1 soils are poison pills as far as I'm concerned, with solar in the ag reserve. So if we're going to be serious about the environment, then we need to be serious about the environment. If we're not going to be serious about the environment, we shouldn't be having these hearings. This needs to be something that is not debated, but something that's regularized and something that happens constantly and throughout both Maryland and Montgomery County in general. We can't address the issues that we have environmental if we don't have renewable resources. And I think that from everything I've seen, the applicants come in good faith back with their agrivoltaic plan. I think it's fine. I think it's less of a concern to me than the fact that, I don't remember how many years. I think we're at 7 in a row of the hottest year on record now, without dropping it. Empty support for environmentalism is fantastic. It doesn't do anything. If you want to support for the environment, you have to approve things like this, and more things like this, and bigger things like this. So this is what we need to do. This is what we have to do. Otherwise, it's just empty support, and the climate action plan means nothing. So that's where I stand on this one, and I think we need to convey that to the county council. I think we need to convey that to the Public Service Commission.
Excuse me. First, I just want to say I'm glad that Jimmy Carter was brought up. I don't know how many people are aware, but he put solar panels on the White House back in the 1970s. So I think it's apropos that he was mentioned today. That was more than 44 years ago. He recognized what was going on 44 plus years ago. Many people did, not enough. I wasn't born 44 years ago. My parents might have recognized, probably not. But the crisis has been going on for, a century plus, since obviously the Industrial Revolution took hold in this country and around the world. It's left to us to figure out what to do. And I can't say it any more eloquently than I think some of the folks testified today. I really appreciate the comments in support of the urgency around this and how it can really well integrate with existing land and existing farming. I really appreciate the analysis and support of the report and work from you all. I think it's important to recognize that exactly what was brought up. If we don't figure out a way to limit the increase of greenhouse gas emissions and in fact reduce it dramatically, bend that curve down as far as we can get it, farming is not going to be viable in many parts of this country and many parts of the world. Technology is not going to be enough to save us. We have the technology we need today, right now, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to zero. It's not an issue of technology, it's an issue of political will. It's an issue of a decision point and a million other decision points. This is a decision point right now. And I don't want to sound overly hyperbolic about it, because obviously this goes to PSC. This actually isn't a decision point in terms of approving the actual project. This is a mandatory referral. But it takes action. Like it takes action to solve hard problems. Like this is one of the reasons why I think many of us want to get involved in public life, to make decisions, to take action about hard problems. And I agree that Chaberton, you've done a lot of work to come back to the table with what seems to be a very viable business plan, supported by data analysis. And it's also important to recognize that, just to focus on the ZTA from back in 2021 just for a second. It's been brought up several times, the restrictions. Also brought up that they set an 1,800 acre cap limit, right? The intent was clearly to put solar in the ag reserve. That was the intent. Mm-hmm. It's an inconsistent ZTA for many reasons, and it's produced nothing, right? It's produced 2 approved projects. How many of them have been built? Of the 2, have 0 have been built. 4 years ago, 0 have been built. 3 years ago, 0 have been built. 1 year ago, 0 today. The climate crisis is not something just to kick the can down the road. A decision to do nothing is a decision to make things worse. That's the hard part about the climate crisis. That every time we have a conversation like this and we decide to deny, or we decide to, and I fully agree that we should have a conversation with it. I strongly support the idea to encourage the county council to revisit the ZTA, both and as far as I'm concerned. But every time we hesitate in favor of process to come up with a slightly better solution, a marginally better solution, we lose time. And time is the thing we don't have. Because as Commissioner Hedrick mentioned, hottest, last year, second hottest, 3 years ago, third hottest, and on down the line. This was also the first year we, on average, crossed 1.5 degrees Celsius around the world. The first year. That was a threshold put in place by the Paris Accords. And I guess that's in the rearview mirror. Now we're on to 2 degrees Celsius. We'll see if we can limit that. We need solar today, yesterday, 40 years ago. Jimmy Carter, unfortunately, Ronald Reagan followed him and tore him out. Mm-hmm. We need as much of this as we can get, as fast as we can get it. And unfortunately, the economics are such that if we say, oh, well, we don't think it should go here, but we think maybe on parking garages or smaller lots there, the economics clearly do not support that at scale. Don't take my word, it's just not happening. If the market's not producing it now with all of the new incentives from the Biden administration, which, by the way, are going to go away, most likely, increasing the urgency around this. If it hasn't happened, then imagining a future where it does happen without any action is just wishful thinking. Mm-hmm. And so, again, I strongly support this. It is obviously in the county's interest to do this. And this is not one of those issues where we can say, if it doesn't check every box, it's something we cannot do. This is not one of those cases. We don't have time. And fortunately, I think that in this case, the state will preempt us. I think the state should preempt us when it comes to solar, unless we can get our house in order here. And I just want to say as well, like, local farming is 100% important. The local food system, the more that we can support a local economy around kind of food moving within the local economy and not having to ship it, internationally, nationally across the country, that's also good climate practice, as long as, there's a million other variables at play. And that's why the agrivoltaics idea, which is increasing every year, and in the report mentioned this, there are over 580, 590 agrivoltaic installations around the country. It's happening now. It's happening now. They're not in Maryland as much, but they're certainly in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. There's ongoing research about how to do this well. The Climate Action Plan calls for a demonstration project, right? The county has signaled that it wants this. It's signaled it through different plans, through different policies, and we shouldn't let the inconsistency from some of those policies get in the way of trying it. If we never try it, we never learn from it, and we don't understand where else it can go. And so I strongly support it. I understand the reasons why my fellow commissioners are hesitant, and I totally get that. But I would encourage us to rethink it in this case and to send a strong signal to the PSC that Montgomery County wants this and we want it in more places, and we understand the urgency and we're ready to act. So thank you again for bringing it to us, and I hope that we can find a way to get this done. So thank you.
I would like to second the comments of Commissioner Mitra Pedoeem. This is in violation of the ZTA, and as a commissioner and a practicing lawyer, I find it hard to find basis or foundation to do anything different than what the ZTA requires, and I commend staff for bringing this forward and making sure that we didn't do anything in violation of it. When I look at climate change and the statements with regards to climate change and the responsibility with regards to climate change, I find it hard to believe that it is being placed on the backs of food producers, farmers, and the land that they use to produce food, which is required of all of us. And so pushing the burden onto food producers and landowners, farmers, it just doesn't logically fit with me. I think the burden on providing solars and energy is upon the people that utilize it the most and benefit from it the most. And I would say it was people in highly dense areas, and that we need to look for opportunities to increase solar in dense areas. There was a statement made with regards to global warming and the use of the land to prevent global warming. I did some independent investigation and research on my own and looked at the pros and cons of solar. Pros are that more energy is put onto the network. However, solar fields do create heat islands in areas that normally there are not heat islands. And I think it's curious that we would look at the advantages of reduced carbon emissions, but not look at the disadvantage of new heat islands in areas where there were no heat islands. With regards to the PSC, state law versus local law, I think the local law was well thought out. I think the county council, when they came up with this law, was well researched. They held public meetings, and it had a good intent, and its purpose was for all the citizens of Montgomery County. And I don't believe as a commission we're in a position to override the county council, as we were appointed by the county council, and that if there's going to be some change, it should be by the body that appointed us to the commission. Thank you.
I just want to add one more thing. As being in the Parks Department, I was there for 17 years. People thought open park land is up for grab. One of my primary position was to protect the parkland from people to encroach on the parkland or build on the parkland or for any other reason. Of course, it was certain times that we allowed it and we worked, but that took a lot of coordination and public input and working around to avoid, minimize, and then mitigate. To my fellow commissioners, that they tell me that we don't care about, action to take care of the global warming. I do care, but I am not going to put the ag reserve for sale. That's open land, and it is supposed to be for agriculture. And there are areas, there are some compromise made by the county council to allow some of the open land to be used for the solar. And that took a lot of participation, and a ZTA was put in. If now we think that it's time to change it, then it has its process to go and change it and come up with other compromise with getting fully input of all the different stakeholders to do that. There are a lot of other areas in the county. We are smart, find other innovative ideas to take care of global warming, not to take the ag reserve.
Can I make a comment back to a couple of things? Nobody's talking about taking anything from the ag reserve. We're talking about allowing a use on the ag reserve that's a better use than anything that's currently going on the acreage that's being proposed right here. No one's talking about taking anything. Things about offering up an option for use of the ag reserve, which is inarguably both economically and environmentally a better use than most of it's currently put to. So I want to go on record in saying I don't agree with either of those statements. And the fact is that things have changed since 2020. And for whatever resolution we have, I'm going to make a motion that we communicate to the county council that they should relook at CTA 20-01.
I totally agree with that recommendation. I totally agree with that recommendation. Also, I said, as I mentioned before, things have changed since 2020, right? It certainly has. And then also, I believe that, as I mentioned before, a 2 megawatt system, for the issue that we have, the energy issues that we have, it may not be efficient enough to, you need larger arrays. And we need to figure out where's the best place to put those, and everyone has to feel the pain. It's not, it's like, it is, we're one county, one country, I'm just, so it appears as if we have, please, okay, yes.
Yeah, I see where we're probably trending, and I agree that we can probably make multiple motions for different resolutions and signal to, the county what we hope will happen. I just wanted to bring up one thing just for, for the record, for the benefit of the council, if and when they take this up. So, the ag reserve has been brought up a lot as a model for the country, and it is for what it was intended to do. It was in large part modeled after the state of Oregon's land use program back in the 1970s. Also intended to conserve farmland, forest land. One of the first, I think it was the first state to have a statewide land use program. Large amounts of farming happen in Oregon. Some of the largest amounts of farming in the country happen in the state of Oregon. They have some of the most land. They have some of the richest soils in the Willamette Valley. But do you know what, in Oregon recently has changed some of their laws around the farmland. And they've taken a step toward allowing solar at utility scale in a place that started as a model for land conservation, is still a model for land conservation and farming conservation. Oregon just recently approved the largest solar installation in the country on agricultural land. And they have a process through which to get that approval. And there's some benefits that go back to the farmers, just like in this case, Chaperton is offering, free land for the farmer to come in, and I guess in certain cases, compensation for the things they produce. There are economic models to make this really complementary. And I think it's important for us to know that the fact that a state like Oregon, after which our own agricultural reserve was modeled, they understand the urgency of the crisis. They've taken action to allow for these mix of uses on the land where it's most economical to do so, close to transmission lines, large amounts of land, on and on and on, good sunlight, throughout the year. This is not a situation where we're the first, right? We are far from it. And I think this is a situation where I think we should collectively look to others and how they are innovating and experimenting. I agree, we should always be trying to innovate. Other places are. They're doing it for us because we're behind the 8 ball. So when it comes to agrivoltaic research, when it comes to solar expansion and incentives and subsidies and support for farmers in cases where installations are put on the land, there's lots we can learn. And I hope that we can do so when we restart this conversation and put something in place that can really kick solar into high gear. Because again, it's far too late to be saying this is only 80% of what we need, not 100, and therefore it can't happen.
Okay, so what?
Chair Harris, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know my turn is kind of over. There are 2 very small points I'd like to make for the record, if I may. One is that the Stormwater Management Concept Plan was approved last Friday, the 3rd. That didn't make it to staff, I guess, but Chaberton received communication that was approved. The second is a request I should have made when I spoke earlier to delete 2 words from the staff report when that language is copied into the Planning Board's resolution, as I assume it will be. On page 8, it says that the agrivoltaics plan and the ultimate farming activity to be carried out on the land must be approved and coordinated with the Montgomery County, Office of Agriculture. If the PSC approves this, their intention is to put in place a condition requiring approval by the state Department of Agriculture. So it puts Chaberton in a very difficult position if 2 agencies both have to approve. We would hope that the Planning Board would support removing the word approved and, so that it would read that this activity must be coordinated with the Montgomery County Office of Agriculture. We've discussed this with the County Office of Agriculture. I believe they're comfortable with this, although I wouldn't presume to speak for them. The state and the county may not, one may think grazing is better and one may think crops are better. So it could stop the project or seriously delay it if we have to get those dual approvals.
I'll just say quickly the wording, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the project is to be approved at the state level, so to us it makes sense that the approval necessary as a condition of the PSC approval should be also state level. Thank you.
I was just going to say quickly that the wording's intentional, and while the state absolutely can approve this project, I would hope that they would defer to the applicant working with the local jurisdiction, and the wording was intentional. And this is a recommendation. The state will ultimately decide. So, of course, staff's preference would to leave that particular piece alone, but I'll let the board respond.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable in giving up local jurisdiction control and power over zoning, and then we as a body telling a state agency to usurp the local authority that appointed us and made the zoning law. And so if we're going to acquiesce to the state with regards to zoning and then request the state overcome local zoning law, it's, I hate to use the term because people say it doesn't exist, but it's a slippery slope to the state coming in and deciding local issues and local law and not giving the local citizens and local government bodies ability to problem solve and make rules and laws to best address their needs.
Well,
Centralized control is not
Mr.
in the
Chair.
best interest of Montgomery County.
I would argue that this is merely a condition that we're putting on an approval or non-approval of a project. It has very little to do with whether or not, who's controlling what in this. This is a condition that we're putting on approval. I'm fine with striking approved and just using coordinate, because if it goes to the state level, I don't think that they should have to jump through more hoops to get it done. than they were. This is not something that is statutorily that the Office of Agriculture has to approve, the local Office of Agriculture has to approve it. Unless I'm,
Mr.
sorry,
Chair,
Matt
if I-
was tapping. I want to make sure he gets.
You can always tell when I'm about to say something.
I sit next to you a lot.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, we all need to keep in mind here that, I mean, I can count to 3. So assuming this is going to be a recommendation of denial, I think it would behoove the board to say, but if you approve it, please add the following conditions. So it is a recommendation, and the conditions would just be recommended. So the PSC can do with those suggestions what they will. So we need to not lose sight of that. That's, excuse me. Oh, I just wanted to clarify.
I don't want anything, I don't want to be part of anything where we recommend a state agency to override a local zoning text amendment or zoning regulation. And if there's going to be any resolution with regards to us asking the state to override something the county council put into law, I'm against it. And as a matter of fact, I don't think we should pit ourselves as a commission appointed by the county council and requesting the state to override the county council.
Well,
So I don't think, excuse me, I don't think we're saying, explicitly saying we are asking the state to override anything. We're not explicitly saying that. We're not explicitly saying that, okay?
I don't even think you should suggest it.
We're not
Well,
even
strictly speaking, they already have.
Yeah.
They've taken the authority for projects of a certain size away from local jurisdictions and given it to the Public Service Commission.
Despite the fact that they've done that, we should not put ourselves in a position as a commission appointed by the county council to go along with it. So if there's going to be a change, it has to come from the county council, not from a commission that was appointed by the county council.
I think what maybe could work is that if we just leave it at that and they want to override it, they can. I think that's what Commissioner Bartley is saying, that if we just leave it, if they want to override our denial and approve it, so they can even say that you have to coordinate with us, not with the county.
If I can just interject, the applicant would like to withdraw that request.
All right. I actually would like to not, let's keep talking about it because I don't want you to withdraw the request quite yet. One, you wouldn't be coordinating with the Office of Agriculture within Montgomery County at all were this condition not put in there by us. So we're not usurping any authority. This is merely, we're actually saying you have to coordinate. We're just saying that instead of approve and coordinate, I didn't coordinate. I don't want this to have to jump through any extra hoops if it comes back down, the Public Service Commission approves it. That's my only thing, and that's my concern.
So as it is, just if I'm, you can go in as it is, right? If they want to, whatever happens, happens. Am I,
Yeah, and I mean, there's always the option of simply recommending denial, and you don't have to say anything at all about potential conditions. That is an option.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So I think the direction we're going here is a recommendation of denial based on the fact that it is inconsistent with our zoning with regard to the 2 megawatt limit and the location on Class 2 soils. Then, we could send the letter saying that. Then, as Mr. Mills suggested, we could say if the PSC does approve it, here are conditions that we believe are important to be included on that. Is that where, do we have that?
Yep. And then
If it's
I think
helpful,
that's a great,
anticipating we may end up here, we did have a slide with some suggested language for you to explore. And I think Mark can pull that up now.
So
Just in case we ended up here, we did have this ready for you to consider. In addition to the recommendations that you saw in your staff report, we did have these, which based on the conversation, sounds like we're close. So the applicant would be required to pursue agrivoltaics on the property. The applicant would be required to coordinate agrivoltaic activities with the Montgomery County Office of Agriculture. And we are requesting that the applicant would provide an annual report to the Office of Ag and Planning Department on either the agrivoltaic activities which were implemented on site, or what steps the applicant is taking in order to try to promote the agrivoltaic activities occurring on site. In either way, that should be,
And none
in
of
our
the,
opinion, a bar to reach, to give us a report on what's working, what's not working, and why.
and none
Yeah,
of
I
those
like that.
require approval of the Office of Agriculture for the county, but coordination. I would like to put a marker down that if we're going to put recommendations to the PSC, that none of it require approval by, did it come back and require approval by the Office of Agriculture within Montgomery County? Coordination, yes. Approval, no. I'll put a marker down for that.
As long as we're reading the word coordinate here in a flexible, broad sense, which I assume everyone, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Can I also state one last thing? I think we're getting close to the end here. We are a body whose purpose is to provide advice on land use to the county council. I think this is well within our purview to provide the advice to them that they need to revisit ZTA 2001, and that our approval would be, that we would do approval were there not for, we believe, land use limits within the ordinances and within Chapter 59 that we think should be changed. I think we're well within the planning board's prerogatives to say that as the advisor to the county council on land use. So I want to make sure that we get that out there and on the record.
Sounds like that's a separate letter that we would,
That's a separate letter.
outside the transmittal letter.
Yeah.
That
As
we
I
would-
understood things, we were going to tell the PSC to override the zone. And so if we were going to make that statement
So
to the
let's
PSC
get, so we
to
can.
override zoning,
We
I'm
can have,
absolutely against it.
excuse me, a couple different amendments. Right now, let's vote on, one is we are recommending denial and recommending, and if it does move forward, we are
recommending these.
we have these recommendations to the PSC. Those are that's the first. Let's get that out of the way, okay? Then we can, then we approve the forest conservation plan, and then we'll go back and talk about the other piece, okay? About the, right? So do I have a motion to recommend, to agree with staff to recommend denial of the, the mandatory referral? 2024-016 Jaberton Solar Sugarloaf.
I move to.
And if PSC moves forward with the project, to recommend these items on the screen.
I move with the denial of the mandatory referral as the chair suggested, with the additional amendment that if it was approved, to have the following conditions attached to it.
Agrivoltaic activities on site are already part of the conditions that we would be submitting with the, to PSC, right? Yeah.
Is there a second?
Did we have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. So 3-2 for the recommendation, okay? And the second is to have approval of the forest conservation, recommended forest conservation plan number F 2025-0220 with staff conditions.
Yeah. I'll move to approve the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I oppose.
Okay. Okay. 4-1. Approving of the forest conservation plan. And so now that we have discussion on, there was a recommendation to request that the county council revisit the ZTA so to allow for, well, revisit the ZTA given current circumstances to allow for larger arrays and,
I don't want to say larger arrays. I just want to send that due to, the ZTA was done 4 years ago, and now we need, due to the issues, and make sure that we could take care of the climate issues, they revisit to see that if there are other innovative areas that they could do. I don't want to say that you have to increase it or you have to do that. I just want to say that we recommend that they revisit to see that how we could comply more with the climate action.
I'd like to push a little bit, because I think that the two things that are preventing these projects from going forward is the size and is the class of soils. If you don't tell them to revisit the size and the class of soils, commercial grade solar is not going to be happening no matter what else you revisit within the ag reserve. So I would say that if we're going to send them comments to revisit the ZTA, then we send them practical comments of what they need to do to revisit the ZTA, and the two things they need to do to revisit the ZTA to make sure that we get the solar we need is the size of the arrays and the class of soil. Those two things are the key factors. If it's not specific, then it's not going to help.
It
Can I
may be
make
a
a
lot of other
suggestion as
things
well?
in there. I really do not want to dictate that what they have to do. There are so many other aspects that they can look into to see that how we could take better use
Yeah.
of the current
But
ideas.
I think so my suggestion is the current ZTA is not achieving its own targets by its own measures, right? They set a limit of 1,800 acres. So they acknowledge they want up to 1,800 acres. It's not producing that. So my recommendation is revisit the ZTA and all of its components holistically to understand why it's not achieving our renewable energy goals.
I am good with that.
And then make the necessary adjustments to achieve better outcomes related to solar energy in the ag reserve and across the county.
and across the county. That's what
I am, and we have to talk about not just ag reserve. I do not know, the ZTA maybe is just for ag reserve, but while we are at it, there are a lot of other areas in the county that we could have solar.
If I may just make one more, and not to think, but just to make one more comment, that we've had these solar requirements come before us. We've had briefings on the solar requirements. The thing that people keep telling us is the size of the solar arrays and the type of soil. I think it's disingenuous and perhaps inaccurate to send something that's like, you should look holistically at everything, but the two things that we're hearing most about are size of the arrays and the class of soil.
Well, maybe we can do both. Maybe we can say, take a look at the whole thing. Here's what we're hearing about some of the obstacles, including these 2 points, because you're right, we can't hide the fact that those are the obstacles, because council is going to be hearing that as well. I think
sure
that's
they know
known.
what are the
Yeah.
obstacles.
I would just say, I'm sorry. I would just say quickly that there have been a lot of conversations at the state level. We've got our first flavor of some Public Service Commission projects. We have 2 more that are coming. I think we're, based on all of these discussions together, it's not really just looking at this ZTA. It's looking at how we're achieving our larger solar goals, both from Montgomery County and from the state level. We would certainly be looking at, yes, this ZTA, but again, how are we doing this more broadly across Montgomery County? So you can give us guidance if you like, but I think that based on everything you're saying, I'm trying to get it in one small
right.
package for you.
No, Mr. Breller, because when we talked before, it's a comprehensive policy of how we address, so some of it could be from but it's also other places around. How do we address, how are we going to meet our share, right? And it's not all in the ag reserve.
Mr. Chair, I will say that there will be an opportunity for this. There is more proposed solar legislation this General Assembly session, so you will have an opportunity to delve into this on at least the state level, which absolutely intersects with the county level. at some point very soon. So my point is, if you don't want to or feel that you cannot hammer this out today, there will be a chance soon.
No, I do think we have to say something
yeah.
in our, but it's this
We can craft that letter based on-
holistic approach,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Specifically referencing the obstacles that we've heard from solar energy companies and, yeah.
We'll
I
craft
mean,
that letter, we'll send it to the chair's office and make sure that we've captured everything
Do we
accurately as
see
you
that
expected.
also?
Yeah, no, you'll.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, by the way, for sitting through a policy discussion that has little or nothing to do with this particular.
Well, it has everything. It has
Well,
everything,
we're
eventually.
past that point, but thank you for.
But yeah, I think the reason why to focus specifically on solar, although I acknowledge there's a countywide conversation to have, is that this is one of the biggest bites at the apple that we as a land use kind of regulator can achieve. And the county, the climate action plan talks about a lot of things, and I think the county has made some progress here and there on some things. But when we're talking about clean energy within the county at scale, like solar is kind of like one of the very few, if not the main, pieces of that, and that's why I think specifically noting revisiting the ZTA is so important,
Yeah.
so impactful relative to other things we could do.
Yeah.
You get that? Okay. All right.
And just to note, consistent with Thrive, consistent, in conformance with other plans and goals, the climate action plan, the county has sent many, many policy signals that it wants this. And again, I understand the reason for policy and consistency, but time to sort of push forward based on already approved plans and policies.
There's also consistency with changes in state code, and the state has changed its laws on this since that ZTA was adopted as well.
Great. Okay, so do I have a motion to drafting a letter with these recommendations?
Yeah.
So we decided it's going to be all holistic for the county,
Will the letter be
including
from
the
the
ZTA.
commission?
Planning board.
From the board.
And will the board have an opportunity to look at it?
Yes.
Before it goes out?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion.
I'm just concerned as, and you all look at yourselves as giving advice. I'm very deferential to the county council, and I'm the sole Republican member here, and it's a monocracy we live in, right? And so I find it curious that I'm the only one who's very differential to the Montgomery County Council and the zoning, and then but it may be in line with the fact that I think local control and local goals are best solved by local government bodies and the citizens that they represent. And then second, being the only Republican and being appointed by the county council, I'm very deferential to them and respectful to them. And although we provide advice and guidance, I don't want to be put in a position where we look as though we're giving them marching orders. And I'm very, very sensitive to that.
No, duly noted. We are providing things that they should, given that maybe the policy is not working, or something may not be working, how can we make it work better and achieve these goals? Every couple of years, you did that, the staff did that didn't you send a letter about, 6 months ago on the solar policy? How is it working, not working? And so it's just, we could get more data points, and I think they were receptive of that, getting that information.
Sure. And we are the land use advisors to the council, and the zoning code actually states that the county council, any county council member can introduce a ZTA, and they could bring one forward, but the only other bodies that can request the introduction of a ZTA, if not through a county council member, is the planning board or the county executive. And so, we're not asking for the introduction of a ZTA here. It would just simply be a recommendation to the county council that they take a look at the zoning code as it relates to this and see if changes are necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I have a motion for this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to send a letter to the county council regarding a holistic approach to the zoning for solar, both within the Ag Reserve and within Montgomery County as a whole, specifically focusing on issues that we have heard come before the planning board that should be addressed within that ZTA.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I am opposed.
Okay, 4-1. Okay. So I think unless there are any other questions or comments, this ends this item. I appreciate the spirited discussion we have. I appreciate with the applicant coming forward. I appreciate you making some changes since we last met in September, and I appreciate the residents that came out or to speak on behalf or for or against this. You should know that we are all about making the county a better place for all residents to live, work, play. We take this very seriously, and you saw the spirited debate here. Climate change is very important. The Ag Reserve is very important too. So thank you so much. And this ends our planning board meeting for today. However, at 6 o'clock this evening, we start again with public testimony on the master plan of highways and transitways, the 2024 technical update, public hearing number 3. And it'll be held at Germantown, Upcounty Regional Services Center, 12900 Middlebrook Road, Germantown, 20874. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your careful consideration of this.
Thank you.